All right, good morning, everybody. So excited to be here at the Trans Am Speed Tour here at Road America as we see Todd Sloan walking by with his International GT group. What a great field this is. So cool to have International GT here. This is a record for International GT at Road America. Usually they're here in the month of May. Now they're here for the Trans Am Speed Tour. And up front, looks like we've got Stephen Hammond, maybe the best mustache in motorsports. Stephen, International GT here at Road America. I think it was last year you had some bad luck here, so you're probably hoping to reclaim some good luck here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just getting a few laps under test day was a big improvement over last time. And just looking to go out there and have some fun with David and Todd and Reg. Hopefully keep up the pace, stay up front, and win this race.
And win this race. So we'll see you at Winner's Circle then, Stephen Hammond. So look out for this car with TLM to be moving up through the front. It's been fun following Stephen. He's racing in all kinds of different things. I saw him a couple weeks ago in an Aston Martin, right? So now he's here with us in a Porsche. Then we come to Dr. Reg Williams. Look at this, racing here, one of the Gold Crest cars with the gold wheels. We love that. Let me jump in here real quick. So, Reg, I know that you love coming to Road America, longtime competitor with IGT. What's your plan when the green flag drops?
Just stay out front, man. Just got to get it past Steven, but, you know, we'll just have a good race, let the tires come in, and then just hammer down, baby.
Perfect. Have a good race, let the tires come in. Those are some wise words there from Dr. Reg. Then we come back here. We come back to the party. David Tuwati. David Tuwati with Steve Hammond. Now, David, you're kind of starting behind Hammond, and I know you guys love to fight it out. What's your plan?
My plan is to go, send it, see what happens. Steven has had the measure of me all year, so I got to do something. But it's fun. We've been just a couple tenths apart, racing with your customers. Having one finally beat you is humbling.
Now, I got to give you some props here. We got to get a shot of this, George. FARA, a great organization, racing series out of Southern Florida that David Tuwati has just inherited, and now you're here with us with IGT. You always seem to just want to bring the fun, and is that what FARA is about?
We like to spread the wealth, we race in IGT, WRL, we now own the FARA series, and it's about fun, it's about family. We have food trucks, music, Latin flavor, it's fantastic. So if you're in the South Florida area, you have to come race with us.
And so you can see that I say FARA, he says FARA. All right, David Tuwati, you won't miss him out there in this thing. Then we come back here, Todd Sloan, another one in these gold wheels. But Todd, usually you're out with us at Mid-Ohio and a few others, but you love Road America.
I do. It's just a great racetrack, and you guys are putting on a great event. Appreciate being here, and we're really close together, so we're going to have some fun out there.
And look at this, the classic Porsche Mobil 1 livery. Now we'll go back to Lucas Pank. Lucas Pank was last year's Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy winner, our champion, crowned at Daytona. And then Lucas's dad, one of the scariest things you can say in motorsports is Tom Pank is starting from the rear. Here comes Tom. So Tom is going to go to the rear of the field due to qualifying. Lucas, your dad is in the back. You're racing up here. You're in the 3.8 series. What's your strategy when you're the 4? Oh, he's moved up to the 4, ladies and gentlemen. The reigning champ. How does it feel?
It feels great. It's a fantastic weather out, a little bit wet today, but, it's looking like it's going to be nice and sunny. So very, very excited for racing today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Nice. Now, remember what happened a couple years ago, Watkins Glen. You going to keep the rubber side down?
That's always the plan. That's always the plan, yeah.
Nice. Well, Lucas Pank, last year's champ, and you can see this field is getting very big. Mark Matisse here from Put-in-Bay, Ohio. Mark Matisse, this is another one of these really bright IGT cars. I know that you've had some bad luck here at Road America down there at turn 14. When the green flag drops, what's your strategy, Mark?
Well, I'm just going to try to stay behind the leaders and let them test the track, and after that, I'll make a decision from there.
All right, so, George, if you can come around this door. Mark, you got to explain this steering wheel to everybody. It looks like you're running a spaceship here.
I couldn't hear you, but
explain the steering wheel.
Oh, yeah.
What are all these buttons?
Trying to learn all this by memory.
And now you got the wrong map on there.
That's another track.
All right, good luck. Mark Matisse out there from Put-in Bay. We got a car coming up behind us, so watch out for this car. Then we come back here. Scott Blend. I got to give it up for this guy. Scott Blend, the Dent Wizard, you see here. He was one of the founders of Dent Wizard back in the day. So Scott Blend, all the way from St. Louis, another car in IGT that you just cannot miss. Scott, Road America, you're in the Midwest at home in St. Louis. This has got to feel pretty good.
Oh, this is fantastic. It's 4th of July week. We're at Road America. The weather's just beautiful. It's going to be a fantastic race. I just love this place. It's just great.
Now, George, if you can come around, he's got the correct map on his steering wheel. So see, he's got Road America there. So we know that Mr. Blend will not get lost here at Road America for the Trans Am Speed Tour. So we welcome, I think he goes by Tony. Tony, is it true? I've heard, is this your first time with IGT?
Yes, sir.
And what are your first impressions?
I love the organization. I love how everything's here. I love the cars. I love the people. Everything's really nice here.
Nice. Now, hold on. We got to explain this. What are your tattoos here? So we might have some tattoo fans out there, and they'll know who to root for.
Viking runes. It's for luck, for strength. So hopefully it helps me.
Nice. I love it. And is it true that you go by Tony?
It's just a lot of people easier to remember.
And now tell me how to say your last name.
Karlinskas.
Karlinskas. All right. Thank you. Welcome, Tony. Look at these, and you got to love these beautiful liveries, super bright, ready for the camera. We got to love that. And then look at this, Craig Conway, another Gold Crest. Look at this plaid. I love the attention that they put on here, this Diamond Suzuki Porsche here with Gold Crest. And Craig, I know you've run with IGT in the past, but this has got to be so much fun at Road America.
Yeah, I've been here before, but not in this car, so it'll be a better learning. Just going to try to move forward, but always excited to be here. I love Road America.
Nice. I love it. Thank you so much. Now, we'll come back up through kind of this way, through the Stuttgart stuff. I know I'm not giving my camera guy the best sunlight, but we've got some BMWs here. Mr. Gleason running with us in kind of the exhibition class. There are 2 BMWs here running with us this weekend. So much fun to have them here. Look at this, repping Wisconsin there is Mr. Schmitz. So happy to have him out here. Here's the other BMW. Matty Oust, beautiful car. Then we come up here to the Caymans, but let me talk to Ken Fangler. Ken, a record number here, IGT, the Trans Am Speed Tour at Road America. You keep breaking records. This has got to feel good.
Yeah, this is a wonderful place to be. I'm happier to be here in July rather than May, although the weather's been perfect. You know, we had a little rain this morning. Track conditions are going to be, which is why we're going to go 2 pace laps. We don't quite know what the track conditions are going to be, but that May snow date is not quite us, but we weathered the storm, so to speak, and we're glad to be here in July.
Now, let me ask you this, just looking around, do you put out a mandate that the brighter the livery of the cars, the faster they are, or is that per the rules?
No, they've actually figured out that on their own kind of thing. I know they don't have marketing departments, but obviously somebody in PR said, you know, if I make the loudest car, maybe, you know, and that doesn't mean by exhaust noise, but I mean in color, maybe I'll be up at the front and I'll get a lot of photo time.
Yeah, it is, you know, just being a cameraman, and I'm sure George can nod in agreement, the camera's just kind of drawn to the bright car, so it's a good strategy. Thank you, Ken Fangler. Ken has put together such a great group. Maria here, let's go talk over here to Quart. I'll come over to the other side, because Quart, you're not racing, but Maria was right there in the points hunt last year in our Stuttgart Cup, and I'm sad to not see you in a car, but you're here at Road America. It's got to feel good.
I mean, just what a great place. Rain's gone, track's drying out, sun's out, we're ready for a race.
All right, Maria, I'm going to reach in here. Green flag drops. How are you going to get in the front of the Stuttgart class?
Woo-hoo! I'm going to take advantage of this cup car right here and try to sneak into Jeff, who's right there, being his butt.
Nice. See, I love it. I love the excitement of this lady right here. So much fun to have around. We're about 3 minutes on the grid. I'm going to try to make it up to the front of the grid here. Sorry, George. But you can see Jeff Isringhausen here. That's who she was talking about. And then up here, like I said, Jonathan can remember this when we're up in the commentary booth. Tom Pank is starting from the back. Now, Tom, we've talked about this. The scariest words in motorsports is Tom Pank is starting from the rear. Green flag drops. What's your strategy?
Well, I'm going to try to get on the outside or the inside and pass as many cars as I can by the first turn, and then just work through the field. I got to be real careful because it's wet on off the line. And then I'm going to hope for a caution about midway through the race so that I can get the other guys.
All right, so let me ask you this. If we're kind of doing some bets, side bets, how many cars are you hoping to get the first lap?
12.
12 cars, or a dozen, whichever comes first. Good luck out there, Tom. Well, Jonathan, we're about 1 minute on the grid, so I'm going to send it up to you. I'm going to huff my way up there so I can get there for the start. But thank you for joining us here on the Trans Am Speed Tour. We've got one smoking back here, George. You see that? We've got a car smoking. That looks like steam. That's not a fire. But, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Well, we like to get things smoking before we get going. But this is the view looking down on Road America. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Speed Tour. What a great intro that by Ben to give us an idea of what IGT is all about, and I think you're going to enjoy it. Just popping out from the kart track there, we can see under the bridge, and we can also see just a little glimpse of the Run into Canada corner, one of the most famous corners here at Road America. It is a glorious day here, but yeah, that doesn't look well, does it? So a little bit of work to be done on the 497, sadly, and he's out, quite rightly. That car not looking very healthy. That's actually Michael Schmitz in a GT3 Cup car from 2011, and he's wondering whether to get in or stay in, but I don't think really there's a lot of point in moving that car too far. It doesn't look very healthy. I think the big story for everybody is that Tom Pank is starting at the back, because Tom Pank is a very, very exceptional driver in this series for sure. And if you're wondering just exactly, he's trying to get it. Well, they're trying to get it out the way now. It's Michael Schmitz, but I tell you what, no glory boys here. This isn't the Carrera Cup by any means. Look at him pushing his own car. And if you're wondering just where this fits in, given that there are so many Porsches and Ferraris out there, there are 3 different championships in IGT. We're going to get Ken Fengler up here in a moment. But basically, you have late model Porsches and Ferraris. That's the essence of this series. Primarily sportsman drivers, and what that means is they are amateurs, and there are occasional professionals who come here as driver coach and help effectively the drivers that are on the grid to become better racing drivers. And of course, these cars, though, don't be fooled by any means, are still just as hard to handle as any Carrera Cup car, and so they are very, very good. We're on board with Gonzalez here, and we'll be getting to look at his Mission Foods on board, and you can see, you can get a view of his Mission Foods helmet. You can also see the track on the right hand side, and you'll also see at the bottom in the middle just exactly what he's got on the V-Box there. So, ready to roll, and let's hope that Mr. Schmitz gets safely out of the way, as away they go. And as you saw there, Stephen Hammond saying he's going to put the hammer down. That was his expression to Ben. I wonder if he's got the right track map. Who knows? Fans starting to gather, and this is the tradition at Road America. As we heard, it's sort of the fourth. We're hanging on to the 4th of July weekend in many ways, because this is tradition here at Road America. People come out, they get their RVs, they get their campers, and there's plenty of room around the track. It's one of the longest tracks in America, and one of the oldest. 1955 it opened, so there's that view I was talking about. Now you can look at the middle of the V-Box. That's the miles per hour. That's his lap time. And you can also see when he's on the throttle percentage-wise, and then the red is on the brake. So right now he'll be using both the throttle and the brake. And the reason for that is he's trying to get the brakes warmed up and getting ready to go racing. So we get a nice view of the first corner here at Road America, a critical corner. But as you can see, plenty of space to make mistakes if you do go wide. But that's the line you want to be on before you dive down the hill towards turn 3. Critical corner, turn 3, simply because from there on in, it's a long, long straight all the way down to 4 and 5. So this corner particularly, you've got to get good drive out. You don't want to make a mistake out of it. And Ben, awesome stuff. It's nice to finally hear some words from the likes of David Tuati and Stephen Hammond, and you know, get to know the personalities. Well done.
Yeah, lots of great personalities here in IGT. They do such a great job. Ken Fengler, who will come up here and join us in a little bit, I feel like he's part race director, but part camp counselor. He's
Yeah.
here to just make sure that everybody's having a great time as we see Todd Sloan there going back and forth, trying to warm up his tires. And you see them coming down now into Mission Foods Turn 5 as we're on board here.
I got a question. You interviewed Tom Pank, but I didn't remember, or I haven't remembered, why he's at the back.
You know, I asked him that before the race, and he said because of what happened in qualifying, and I don't know what happened. So something must have happened in qualifying there. So you see that very bright number 4-2 coming down into Mission Foods Turn 5. Now, they are doing 2 pace laps just so they can kind of get a feel as we look down on the go-kart track.
That looks fun.
That
looks a great little kart track. Look, they look like little ants going around there.
And so there's racing everywhere. There's also a motorcycle school happening this weekend. So excited to be here at Road America. Now, Jonathan, you haven't been with IGT here, but they usually are with us in the month of May, and they put on some fantastic races. I kind of alluded to the fact that Stephen Hammond had some bad luck last year. He was the one up, the leader was the one that had to start in the back, and he got hit coming into 5 and knocked him out of the race as we were on board there with Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods, which every time I see that logo, I get hungry because you know I love my Mexican food.
And, of course, he runs Mission Foods, does Juan Gonzalez. You get great view here of the carousel, a famous corner here that goes, it seems to go on forever. But an important corner right there in the halfway point. We've got a stoppage. What's happened here?
And I think that's one of our Goldcrest cars. So not sure. That's Jeff Isringhausen there. And that 2018 Porsche GT3, I think, just went off with cold tires. That can happen there at Turn 5, especially since we've got this new ribbon of asphalt. They have repaved.
Yeah.
Huge capital improvement here to Road America. And this is the first time the IGTs cars have been racing here in Enger with this new, I would say, glass smooth pavement.
You know, it's interesting. I was talking to the guys that do the commentary at all the events here, the actual in-house commentators, if you will, and they were saying that Indy didn't actually break any lap records. Frankitti's record holds, but they smashed all the lap records because of the new surface in Moto America in the bikes. As we look down on the famous Canada corner. And that really is a fantastic view. In fact, you know, I was wondering how the drone would be here at Road America, but it's actually better than I thought in that it's hard to put a camera position down there because you're in the woods, you're in the forest there. So it's actually better to be above, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks great there going through Kettle Bottoms. We look there on the 901 shop. And I don't know. I'm hearing from race control talking to the pace car. I'm not sure if the pace car is coming in. The starter is still holding out the double yellow, so it is 2 pace laps.
Yeah.
And 2 pace laps around Road America. It's just so that these drivers, usually we don't do it, but because the weather changed last year, or last night, we wanted to show the drivers where some of the wet spots and the weepers are, but I haven't seen any wet spots out there. Maybe in the shade coming into 5. But there goes that beautiful Corvette up there. You see that is actually the paint code for that is GM Road America Blue.
Okay.
So they have their own paint color. I've gotten to ride around that in that car.
Can you order
here,
that then?
And
you can actually order
beautiful.
GM.
I ordered 2 of them.
Oh, you can order that color.
You can order that color.
That's cool.
In a Camaro and in a Corvette.
You know what the good news is? 2 pace laps gives us a chance for the old Ken Fengler to wander over. And that means that we'll get him for the start. So let's get him a chair, and we'll get him sat down, because, you know.
So here's our other camera car there, this white and red checkerboard Mission Foods car. And Ken was talking at the grid. It's great that Juan Gonzalez has agreed to put a camera in his car because he's kind of mid-pack. Now, we expect him to move up, always a really fast driver, but we're going to get some great action from our leader, Stephen Hammond, and we're going to get some great action from Juan Gonzalez. But Ken, you just keep breaking records. This has to be really fun to see this huge field at Road America.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. A track like Road America, and I'm always amazed every time I come here of all the tracks we go to, and they are the premier places around the country, and of the infrastructure and the improvements that are made every single year. And this last one, this paving, was a major. And, we're not exactly in the biggest metropolitan area in the country.
True.
You know?
Sheboygan isn't a metropolitan area?
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you, too. Tell me about the BMWs. Great to see them out there. Why and how do they fit in?
Well, exhibition, you know, we're a GT series and they're GT cars, and we've had other brands, as you know.
Maserati's
our specific championships are the Caymans, the Maranello Cup with the Ferraris, and of course the Mission Food GT3 Cup with 911 based cars. But you know, we have room for other cars in exhibition, and we've had Audis. You know, matter of fact, we were scheduled to have an Audi here. We've had Audis.
They were quick when they were here,
right? And,
McLaren, Mercedes.
Yes, so
Maserati.
You know, there is a place for them, and you know, if it becomes a habit, so to speak, and I've got consistently 3 or 4 cars, we will create a class for them. But at current running, this is the first time we've had these BMWs, and we welcome them to run with International GT.
Great view looking down on the beginning of the carousel under Speedville Bridge. Now you start to see the extent of this Road America circuit, and also where the RVs. I mentioned that this is very much a summer vacation trip for race fans. They park them up there, and they may be here for a few weeks because the events keep coming. Brian Redman has his event tomorrow, next weekend. And so a lot of these guys will come and spend a lot of time here. It's a beautiful part of the world. And no metropolitan area, as Ken says. We're up in we're about 60 miles from Green Bay, where, of course, the famous Green Bay Packers and the Cheesehead fans.
And
this
Milwaukee,
is
close to Milwaukee.
And about an hour and a half from Milwaukee, yeah. The beer capital of the world, as I always think of it.
The second, I'm from St. Louis. I can't let you say the beer capital of the world. But actually, right now, I think Milwaukee's beating them. I think Anheuser-Busch might be in a little bit of trouble. Yep. We were talking about St. Louis. Scott Blend is from St. Louis, but we're on board right now in this Mission Foods Juan Gonzalez vehicle as he comes through Kettle Bottoms. Look at these drone shots. But you've been friends with Juan Gonzalez for many, many years, and I'm not sure if there's anybody else that has more fun on a racetrack than Juan.
Well, the great thing is that his footprint and reach in motorsports has expanded dramatically over the past few years. Drag racing, flat track, motorcycles, IndyCar. But the only series he drives with is International GT. So we're happy to have him, and you know, the paddock's very happy to have him. You know, Juan's one of the guys. You know, and it's great to have him here and as a sponsor, as a marketing partner
as
for
you
our
can
long
see,
time with International GT.
Yeah, and as you can see, the lights off on the pace car, which means we are now starting to form this famous run up the hill here at Road America. Right now, those guys can't actually see the cars coming up the hill because they're so far away, and the hill is so steep, you don't really get a chance to see it.
Why didn't the pace car come in?
Oh, it didn't, did it? No, he's still got the
pace
lights
car
on.
Usually goes in before the bridge.
Double yellow, that's why.
Yeah, I saw a car going slowly out there, and maybe somebody out there had a problem.
Well, Isringhausen did get restarted. He spun at turn 5. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about Mission Foods, and I just got to say, because of all the support Juan is giving, if you are truly a motorsports fan and you're not eating Mission Foods products, then you can't really call yourself a motorsports fan. We need to support the people that support us. So make sure when it's Taco Tuesday, you're getting Mission Foods products.
Well, I noticed that he's spreading the love too. I was watching Indy the other day, and I was like, Pato Award, Mission Foods, what's going on? Yeah. And of course, he's all over Indy as well now. It's great.
It's awesome to see, and we as motorsports fans need to do whatever we can to repay him for that. And why not? You know, this is a pretty easy one. Everybody loves his food products, and everybody loves Mexican food, so make sure you're buying Mission Foods.
Ken, I haven't seen you for a while. I have seen you around the paddock, but I haven't been sat with you for a while. Tell us about the season so far, what's been good, and what are the highlights?
The highlights have been that we've continued our success from the previous year, really. You know, we've had sellout events at Sebring. We went to California. And
oh, wow, yeah.
Yes, and we added 2 races to the season. We have 12 races, of which 11 we do with Tony Pirelli and the SpeedTour group. And it was a fantastic back-to-back weekend at Sonoma and at Monterey. And, you know, really was fantastic. We had spectacular weather and fantastic racetracks. The ones that didn't go from our group, maybe a number of the East Coast guys and so forth, they aren't going to. They're already talk of next year, and they aren't going to miss it.
Did you pick up, by going to the West Coast, did you pick up some new entrants?
Well, we did. Yes, we did. Absolutely did. We had some new entries, and we had already. The reason we went west was we had a demand from some West Coast teams, and we have a couple. You know, we of course have 2 Dallas-based teams that always support us. And then we did have some support from LA at our Daytona events. 2 years, they brought 14 cars to our Daytona event. So we knew there was support out there, and we did pick up and gain some new customers off the West Coast. We have a couple of people that have East Coast and West Coast cars, and that's what they did. They ran their West Coast car and, are back here running their East Coast car.
Nice.
So we saw Jeff Isringhausen back up to the back of the field. He spun at turn 5 on the first pace lap, but he's now back up there. I've heard that the lights are going to go out this time, so we're going to get to hear a Jonathan Green start here as they come into one. But now this is the carousel section with this new pavement, with the weather changing drastically last night. This is one of the parts of the track you can really see who has their car set up correctly, because they're wanting to go as fast as they can around there. It's almost a 180-degree turn, right-hander. It's downhill. It's very difficult to get correctly. And if you make one little twitch, sometimes your rear end will kick out from under you, and you're basically into the gravel, which is never good.
So it's been a long wait. We've had almost now about to complete 3 laps under the pace car. But we will be going racing soon. I think whatever problems that we're having, a couple of cars going off track, and we'll get a real insight from the TLM car, the pole position man, as he starts off, Stephen Hammond. Great to hear from him. It must be arduous sitting behind there for so long, waiting to go racing and knowing that there's a whole pack of racers right behind him, all wanting to get.
Especially David Tuati.
Yeah.
You know, Stephen Hammond wants to win the race, but a second victory would be beating David Tuati.
Right. Well, although it's, patience is a great virtue and hard for a racing driver at times, and this is probably one of those. But I commend race control for if things aren't right to have a start, and you've got some issues out there, to err on the side of safety, that everything looks good before we start the race. Actually, the clock is running. We've got two of these yellow laps count towards the race, actual race, but in parade fashion, so to speak. But better to get it right and do it safely. So we'll see what happens here.
Here we go then. The pace car does come off, and that means the race is now under the control of our pole man, Stephen Hammond, who rises up the hill, hit the famous Road America, repaved and ready to go. Our first race of the weekend, International GT, and away they go. Hammond leads the pack to green. Good start. People jostling for position. The Dayglow yellow going from left to right in the middle pack there.
David Tuati ducks behind Stephen Hammond, and I'm surprised Reg Williams wasn't able to out-drag Stephen Hammond into one, as we look there at Tom McGlynn on that number 8, riding on board with Mission Foods, Juan Gonzalez.
Down towards turn 3 for the first time. Under pressure is Gonzalez, and the 22 goes just alongside him. Does he make the pass? No. Back comes Gonzalez, and in fact he made up another place there. So good start from Juan Gonzalez as we're on board as they go under the cheese bridge for the first time.
Great move by Juan Gonzalez. I saw Ken Fangler's body tense up as he went in there, but now David Tuati around Reg Williams. Here's that fight for first we've seen for the last 2 seasons.
Well, I was twitching more. I don't know if anybody noticed, but a couple of guys decided to use pit lane as an active runway, so to speak, and made it 3 wide, and then discovered that pit lane ended a little ways up there, and had a ditch back in. I'm like, and that was my notice and reason for twitching right there.
981 is David Willens. That's who's just ahead of Gonzalez as they all dive towards the carousel for the first time. The field's starting to spread out, but out front it is Stephen Hammond, Reg Williams and Tuati, then Sloan. And as we see, we're getting some great board under the Speedville Bridge. Ooh, there's one car gone off there to the left-hand side, and that could cause a possible safety car if he stays there. Maybe he'll right it and keep the engine going, but we'll soon find out. But out front it is Stephen Hammond starting to build on that lead now here in the first race of the weekend.
And look at Reg Williams coming up right behind David Tuati, just right behind him. We saw Todd Sloan kind of have to get hard on the binders there going into 8 to be able to fight another day. And there's our leader, Steve Hammond. You can see a little bit of a sprinkle of Tuati in that rear view mirror as they come through Thunder Valley.
It's cool that you can actually see his mirrors from our onboard shot. So we'll be able to see. But this is good battle between Reg Williams and David Tuati.
It's working out perfectly for Hammond that the 008 of Reg Williams is going after Tuati, because now he's gapping him, isn't he, Ken?
Yeah. Up the hill they come then. Across the line comes the leader.
Now look for Mark Hufer, I hope I'm saying that name right, with Lucas Pank right behind him in that number 84. He's really moving up, giving Reg Williams a look in his mirror. And is he one of your 8 Goldcrest cars this weekend as Scott Blend gets around Mark Matisse coming into 3?
Stephen Hammond set a 2:17.530 in that first lap. Lap 3, remember, and as Ken pointed out, the clock already ticking down and 18 minutes to go in this race. So it's a sprint race. They do endurance races as well in this series, but this is basically hell-bent for leather, as you heard. Hammer down, get the tires warm, and get going.
Craig Hufer really giving Reg Williams a battle, and it was kind of weird to see after the turn 14. Once he got behind Reg, it looked like Reg was kind of more worried about what was behind him than in front, and now David Tuati's been able to gap Reg as Craig Mr. Hufer is now by Reg, it looks like, from our camera. So made the pass.
Yeah, I think Reg is one of the busier guys on the racetrack. Doesn't know whether to look in the rearview mirror or look out the windshield. Not quite sure where to spend his time and efforts.
You called him Dr. Reg. Is he a doctor?
Yes, he is. Yeah, ophthalmologist. Yeah.
Oh, right.
No, I was wrong. Hufer's still behind Reg, and Reg is giving it back to Tuati now. Coming into the kink, which is one of the most dangerous turns in motorsports.
Yeah, that one. You get it wrong, and you put 2 wheels off on the left, you're going for a heck of a ride. It's so high speed.
I've got my money on Mr. Conway. He's got a good Scottish flag. He's flying. He's representing well.
Yes.
Good Scotsman out there to take on the Americans. I
tried to point it out on the grid wall. Look at this. See the gestures with Scott Blend's team there? I love it. But the attention to detail that they put into these liveries, and it's almost a car show when you come here to see how everybody is painting their cars, wrapping their cars, the paint schemes that they come up with, as you see Blend coming right through there at the end. And Lucas Pank is in a 4-liter this weekend.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he had a change out at Mid-Ohio, had engine trouble, usually in a 3.8, and that's pushed him into the 4-liter.
And guys, take a look at that as he comes across the line, 162 miles per hour. So they are not holding back, and these Porsches are as fast as any out there. And it's Hammond, Tuati, Williams, Hupper, Pank in 5th place. The other Pank, if you will. We'll keep an eye on the one that started at the back. How far's he got so far, I wonder?
Great shot as they come over the rise there.
Yeah.
Now, Todd Sloan's gone all the way down to 33rd position.
He must have pulled off after turn 8.
Yeah.
He must have been the one that you were talking about. As we look at Tom McGlynn there with Youngblood wheels. And number 8, Tom was with us on the West Coast, both races, as was Scott Blend, did really well. But I got to ask the camera people to watch out. The car in 4th place, the number 84, it looks like his front hood, I don't know what you call it on Porsches, is moving up and down. And then something on the rear of that number 88 car.
I'm keeping an eye on Tom Pank.
Bird.
He's 18th at the moment as we're looking at 14th place Gonzalez.
Yeah, we noticed yesterday one car got black flagged during qualifying or during the test session, and I'm not sure. The call-in was that the hood was loose, the front bonnet area, okay, if you want to be in that vein. But I think it was really just flecks in the hood that they were seeing.
So it was fastened down. It's just flex on the fiberglass or carbon fiber.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I believe, because I don't think they found anything wrong with that car, but the call-in was that did seem loose.
Now you could see there clearly from Juan Gonzalez's camera that is a very difficult turn to get right. You want to put kind of one input around that turn, because if you have to put a second input or you have to jostle up, you could be going for a ride as they come in here to the kink. And you can see how close that wall is to the left. And we saw it from our drone shot. There's train tracks back there, so they can't make a runoff area there. And if they change the kink, the whole motorsports world would be up in arms.
Into the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner. One of the most famous corners here at Road America, and a crucial one too. Pretty much defines the from turn 12, 13 and 14 defines your lap. If you get out of Canada corner and then make it through. And you can see the gap now that Hammond has built. It was 3.4, it now goes up to 5.6 as Tuati crosses the line in front of our commentary position.
So there's
I see what you mean by that flapping hood,
Yeah.
That's great. You're saying bonnet, I'm saying hood. That's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Hookner's car.
Now, Mark, I've got some duct tape with me, so if you need some duct tape, just come on down to Winter Circle.
Right
I've got some for you.
Right where the vents are,
I have a Pank update. He's up to 14.
Wow.
Excuse me, he's up to 16th now from 18th last lap.
But look at this battle here. You can see Blend right behind Lucas Pank. And coming into Mission Foods turn 5, this is very critical because they come from top speed all the way down to the slowest section of the track, then back hard onto the gas to come up the hill. Their car is so out of balance in this section.
There's Wynn right behind his class.
Yep. Here he comes. Looking inside, Lucas sees him. It's going to give him. That's good international GT driving there from Lucas Pank.
I love these V-Box shots. You really do get an insight into how to go racing. Even the digital steering wheel, you can see the real thing for yourself. But you also see this red dot that's flying around. That's the G-force. So you can see how much G-force is actually acting on him at a particular time. So always useful to see, and I always love, as a nerd, to look at all this stuff.
Yeah, back in the day when they first started racing at Road America, a lot of car manufacturers had to put their oil pickup in a different area because of that carousel, because they would starve the engine of oil because of how much the oil would go to the other side of the pan, and it wasn't picking up oil for that many laps. That will really hurt the engine.
Yeah, I bet. That's an interesting. Where did you find that out?
Reading all about Road America,
That's
man.
Interesting.
I can read a little bit, if it's an audio book.
Yeah, audio book, yeah. You're listening to Ken Fengler and, of course, Ben Sissel, our homegrown man who is on the grid and will be. Ooh, that was a bit of a moment for our leader.
Yeah, that was out there. Yeah,
he's pushing on.
That was the track extension right there.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the lap time. Steven's got this covered.
Oh, yeah.
But he may come up to lap traffic, and that may change things. That no
or
doubt.
if there is another caution, there's the gap between him. It's what now 6.1 seconds. He just did a 2:10.8. So he's flying.
Matisse around Lucas Pank as well.
Yeah, I think
so. Lucas Pank is losing
ran out
something,
of gas, so to speak.
Here comes Nathan Bird up on Lucas Pank.
Yeah.
And there's Juan side by side. Juan coming up the hill. This is such a great shot.
Yeah, it is.
What's that Paul Newman movie that this first shot is in Road
it looks
America?
like Le Mans, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or Winning or any of those, If I put it to a 70s psychedelic tune, it'd be perfect,
Of course. Back on board with Gonzalez, still battling for 13th position. And in fact, he's up to 12th. He's got past David Williams on that last lap. So he's got a bit of clean air now between himself and Marcel Fayer. Just ahead as we go under the bridge, down towards the kink and down towards the very important turn 5, that uphill section. And it catches so many people out because you come downhill, brake here, and then dive uphill under the bridge.
Now, something I learned yesterday from one of our Trans Am teams is you can't get the asphalt temperature reading from the paddock because the paddock is the old asphalt. This new darker asphalt is about 10 to 12 degrees warmer than the paddock asphalt. And then when they were coming down there into 5, all that shade. So the different tire temperatures in each lap here is going to change drastically.
Yeah, this track is one that, because it's so large, in that 4-mile stretch, there's so much of it that's shaded on the backside over at the kink in turn 5 and coming up through Canada Corner. So much trees, beautiful trees around, and it is the National Park of Speed, of course, but here in pit lane, it's under sun most of the day.
Well, as you heard,
when it's out.
Yeah, you heard from some of the drivers here that we did have a little rain overnight. I was surprised because I didn't hear it, and then woke up this morning and there it was. There was just basically wet puddles everywhere around our hotel. So a fair bit of rain, but it's dried out quickly because the temperature here hopefully getting up into the 80s by the rest of the day as we go on. But it's a beautiful day here in Wisconsin, and it's Hammond, Tuati, and Williams. That's our first IGT Race 1 as we look high above the famous Road America circuit.
There is Juan Gonzalez coming through Three-Dimensional Services Group, turn 14. That beautiful number 81. Earlier in the week, he was in his blue car that Juan Jr. races because out west they had some transmission problems, and it looks like that car is running really well. But here's your favorite, right, Jonathan?
Oh, absolutely. That's my Scotsman, Conway. In top 10 at the moment for Craig Conway.
And there's Tom Pank coming up behind.
Yeah, he's coming quick, isn't he? He's up to 14th now, so he's got past both Pimentel and Blizzard in the last few laps, and he's got David Williams in front of him. So he's trying to clue in on Gonzalez. So we may see Tom Pank and Gonzalez into a battle very soon indeed, but time running out. This is a masterclass, though, from Stephen Hammond. He said hammer down once he got the tyres warm, and that's exactly what he's done. Great stuff.
He has the legend Tommy Byrne with him this weekend as a driving instructor, so it's been really cool to see Tommy here. But there's Tom Pank. And I said it on the grid, I hope you don't mind, Ken, but one of the most dangerous words in motorsports is Tom Panka starting from the rear of the grid. But so far, he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's got to give you an ulcer sometimes, though.
Yeah. He's our poster child for the short leash. That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah,
that's a nice way of putting it.
One of the best ambassadors for International GT, and he's brought a lot of his friends along to race with us. One of the most fun people in the paddock.
Yeah, he brings his family, and as we all know, when Tom Pank is coming not only on the racetrack but on the paddock, because I swear he uses more tires on his golf cart than he does on his race car, because whenever he pulls up to your area, he's going to lock the brakes up all four.
There he goes, making a pass on Juan Gonzalez through the kink. Great for our camera and our directors to catch that.
Beautiful.
And you're right, I've been scared at least 3 times a weekend from him coming up right behind you and then and he laughs.
Yeah, he laughs.
Nice view of Tom Pank. Oh, and using all the track and more as he ventures to try to get into the top 10 before the end of this race. He's now going in pursuit of one of these guys. This is the man in 10th position, Craig Conway, the Scotsman. And he's going to be under pressure fairly soon as he heads up the hill here at Road America. Hammond crosses the line. The gap now 5.9 seconds here with about 7 minutes to go. So a few laps still to go. But we've got some changes as Conway crosses the line now in 10th position.
So Tom Pank's got to get by Marcel Fan as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. And here's Juan going through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. Coming into WeatherTech turn 3. And look at this side-by-side, Nathan Bird and Lucas Pank. But Lucas closes the door on him. Nathan Bird really trying to get by him.
What a busy season, Nathan Bird. Every time I look at a sheet of paper with racing on it, it's got Nathan Bird's name somewhere on it. It doesn't matter, single-seaters, Trans Am, whatever.
Two of the guys who bring the average age of IGT down considerably, okay? Being both in their early 20s, okay? So good racing from those two guys. Very mature racing. Good racing drivers.
Well, he's doing what all good racing drivers do, which is whenever they get a chance to race anything, and I mean anything, do it, because there's no substitute for laps. If you can get any laps, doesn't matter if it's on a kart track like you see down below there, or a chance to do a single-seater, which Nathan Bird does on many occasions, or Trans Am. And he's been certainly active this year for sure. Like I said, every time I see a race somewhere, Nathan Bird's involved. Now back with our leader. And he is still pushing on, I have to add. I mean, he's not taking his time. His last lap at 2:10.1, so he's been pretty much in the 2:10s throughout this. But likewise, David Tuwadi in second place is on it's only 2:10 slower than him. And Reg Williams putting on a good performance in third place. No change at the front there since the start of this race, except Stephen Hammond extending his lead to about 5-6 seconds as the race has gone on.
Now, Jonathan, Matty Oust that's in that BMW, is that the same Matty Oust that was with us in F4 last year? Oh, wow. Oh, that's awesome. It's good to have her here. She's from England,
another single-seater turn sports car driver,
Yeah, great to have these younger drivers. And we have parents and fathers and sons, fathers and daughters.
We're looking at a son right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Stephen Hammond.
And great to have that. I think it's a great testament to, our group that they feel it's a great place to race for their family, and they bring their kids along, and whether they're cutting their teeth to move on or just there to enjoy and have a good time, it's a good place to be.
Well, you can see from the use of the wheel how smooth it all is. There's the traffic you were talking about, Ken, and we are getting to the closing stages, and this is, if you like, what he's prepared for, is because this could slow him down considerably, because he's got to be careful here. The cars he's going past are not as quick. They've got to see him, and that was nicely done there.
Colin Schmitz, he saw him in his mirror and got over, just like we asked him to. Have some great driving from Colin Schmitz.
I noticed, though, that Stephen Hammond was clicking off 2:10s all along. It took a while for David Twatty to get into 2:10s in second place, but as soon as David Twatty did it 2:10, Stephen clicked off at 2:09.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So that's the same team, both with TLM, so I'm sure their crew chiefs are saying that. So then I'm sure that word got to Stephen Hammond, because I saw him come into Mission Foods turn 5 and hit it almost perfectly.
Oh, he's fighting that car, especially on the exit of Canada. Like that's the second time he's really been getting oversteer. Same again here. So he is pushing on, but clearly confident with the car.
Well, he is also racing in another series in an Aston Martin, same livery. So he's out here to really learn the course and to really bring his driver craft. So instead of, like a lot of people when they get this gap, they kind of take it easy, he's out there to push the car to learn as much as he can, like we would see with Scott Borchetta in SVRA.
Yep. It's exactly what Scott did many a time in his Corvette.
And in the off-racing time, he's at chiropractic school.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Another one that brings your age down a little bit.
Yes.
Could say he's putting his back into it,
Yeah, that's good.
Coming down the closing stages, Hammond, Tawadi and Williams, that's your top three. We're still keeping an eye on Pank. He's now taking on Craig Conway. Pank up to 11th, having started right at the back. That's Tom Pank. The other Pank is further up the road in the 40 in 8th position.
There's that beautiful 84 that we were talking about.
White flag is out. So just one lap to go, and this is going to be an easy race for Stephen Hammond. And he's true to his word to Ben pre-grid that he would put the hammer down and take it to the rest of the field. That's exactly what he's done.
And Tony Karlinskis has had a really good race out there, currently in 7th. Lucas Pank in 8th, Nathan Bird 9th, and Tom Pank has made the top 10 on this final lap as we come into turn 8 with our leader.
It's a good result, isn't it? Nicely done by Tom. Back with your leader into the carousel for the first time. Last time, excuse me.
And he sees there's a car up that he's going to probably catch somewhere in Kettle Bottoms. Hopefully not in Canada Corner.
As you say, 209s now. He's regularly in. 209.5 is fastest lap. He upped the pace
You can see the local yellow flashing on his dashboard.
Yeah,
for that car
that's
there.
the car parked on the side of the road. Yeah. Coming up to Canada Corner now. Beautiful sand dropping through the gearbox, and there is the traffic. He should make it easy. Yeah, one of the BMWs.
Here he comes as he's coming up the three-dimensional services group, turn 14, passing one of those beautiful exhibition BMWs. And Jonathan, take us home.
Here we go then. Stephen Hammond has put on a masterclass here in the first international GT race of the weekend. He comes up the famous hill at Road America to take the checkered flag and does it in style. Great stuff. He'll win by a country mile in many ways. That was a great performance. He had to deal with traffic at the end there, but he's got it from David Tawadi, his teammate, in second place, and Reg Williams in third. Hupper, Mathis, Blind in 6th place, Karlinkas in 7th. Pank did make it, that's Tom Pank, make it into the top 10, and the elder Tom Pank made it to the top 10. Your thoughts, Ken?
Good start to the weekend.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was entertaining. It was good. We got another 30-minute sprint race this afternoon, which will be live stream again. So my final thoughts, fantastic. Love being here. Love being at Road America. Thank you to all the corner workers and all the staff here at Road America. Our marketing partners, Pirelli and Mission Foods. Our sponsors, Fixie Wheels, Interlaken Inn, Sunoco Race Fuels, Detroit Watch Company, Sheraton Resort and Casino in San Jose, Costa Rica. And our official vendors, Stand 21 and Speedcom Communications. A great start to the weekend. That's all I'll say. I'm happy, and I'm going to go celebrate with the guys on the podium.
You go do that, because you're absolutely right. They put on a good show. They have represented very well, both in the Stuttgart and Maranello Cup. And well done to our winner, Stephen Hammond. And we'll hear from him, I'm sure. But more racing to come from the SpeedTour here at Road America, and we've got some great single-seaters for you, and of course our feature race, the Trans Am race coming up, which is TA, SGT, GT and XGT. My thanks to Ken Fengler. He'll be back this afternoon to join us again for coverage of their second sprint race, but this is a race that was dominated by Stephen Hammond. Confirmation of the result then: Stephen Hammond with the win, David Tawadi in second place, Reg Williams third, Mark Hupper in fourth position, Mathis fifth, then Blind, Karlinkas in seventh, Pank, Lucas that is, and his dad just behind him in ninth position, Nathan Bird rounding out the top 10. And a little further down, Craig Conway, the Scotsman. Juan Gonzalez got lots of good onboards from him. Did get ahead of David Willens. Blizzard in 14th position, Pimentel in 15th, McGlynn 16th, Ballister 17th, Ripoll 18th, Wizen, and Is Ringhausen. Not an easy name, but we got it. Well done then to Stephen Hammond, and well done to TLM. We'll take a short break and let him relax a little as we look forward to our next feature race coming up. Stay with us here from Road America. We'll take a short break. We'll be back.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Trans Am. You got me on 2. You good? Sweet. Thank you.
speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to the iconic and famous Road America here in Wisconsin. It's an absolutely glorious day, and we welcome you to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This is round 8 of the series, and so far, it's been absolutely dominated by CD Racing and Chris Dyson's team. Unfortunately for them, though, Matthew Brabham, who's played a huge part in that success this year, not racing today, had electrical problems. Chris Dyson, though, is at the sharp end, looking to defend the lead that they brought here to Road America. But the man most likely has to beat Justin Marks. He's on his second consecutive pole, 4 in all this weekend, this season. And of course, he's running the Trackhouse team in NASCAR. They took victory in Chicago, so it's a big season for Justin Marks and his team. He set a new lap record around the newly paved Road America. Now, can he do it in the race? That's the real question, and that's where it counts. Now, today is a very special day for everybody here at Road Americas because we want to remember and pay tribute, and that's why it's called the Denny Lamers Tribute 100 this weekend, because Denny was a part of the Trans Am story. He was in the top 10 the last 2 years, 8th and 10th place. His car will be led around by Cliff Eben, one of his good friends and teammates, but sadly he passed away last year, and he's been a huge part of the Road America track here over the years. His family and friends are here to celebrate it. Let's learn more about Denny Lamers. Well, Jan, just sum up what this weekend means to you and your family.
It's just a huge, huge honor. So many people love and respected him, and he knew what he was talking about, and he loved this racetrack.
My father's been involved in Road America for about 25 years. We've been doing the engineering and architecture around the place. We've been doing a lot of the buildings you'll see, and the cart paths and the bridges. He's been very involved in all of those projects. He just really cared about this place.
I heard that when the repaving was coming about, he was very excited about that whole idea.
He was actually the first person that was that drove a car around the new track, so he was very proud of that fact. I remember he came home after that day and he was just smile from ear to ear.
Well, Tony Arve, great to have you back again. We're at Road America. You can probably hear the glorious sounds of Trans Am in the background. But I'm here to talk about Denny Lamers. You've had a great relationship with him over the years. Tell us a little bit about Denny Lamers.
You know, Denny was just such a race nut. Of course, he was in USAC. He was a sprint car owner champion, and I was racing sprint cars and midgets back then. So I kind of reached out to him to do some of that with him. And when I did, unbeknownst to me, he was just starting with GT1 and Trans Am stuff, and he was really interested in having me help him with that, with some cars, and help me, to do some of it as well if I wanted again. And that's kind of how it all got started.
This weekend we're celebrating your father's legacy, and I think it's important to emphasize that he wasn't just a racing driver. He gave back in many, many ways.
We started the Lamers driving experience about 15 years ago. It started off as a track day for him to just test for the Trans Am races, and it eventually grew into every year we raised about $60,000, and we gave it back to local charities around the area, children's charities.
I really think Denny would probably say, why wouldn't you put somebody more important up there? That's the kind of thing he would say. But I think it means a lot to the family because it was very important to Denny. The only real time he got away from work was kind of racing, and Road America was his place,
He was definitely very humble. But I think he secretly would have loved that his cars on all the hard cards and whatnot.
All these people want to dedicate and do things for him is the biggest honor our family could have. So we appreciate it. We thank everyone here. It's amazing. He was a good man, and he loved it here. So yeah.
It's nice to be at a racetrack and not at home.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the Denny Lamers 100 here with our Motul Pole Award winner, Justin Marks. Justin, we spoke earlier. You've been racing here since 2001, never been on the podium. Best way to get on the podium for the first time is that top step. What's your strategy?
Just go as fast as I can. I mean, we have a really, really good car. We struggled in practice a little bit. We had an issue with the differential. And then the car just wasn't really handling that great after that. But all these guys worked really, really hard, made it better every session, was able to go get the pole. So just got to go get a good start and just try to manage the race. But have a fast car, that makes things a lot easier.
Nice. And hey, I want to say congratulations. Last week in Chicago, here we are just north of there. Everything's going your way, man. Nice job. Trackhouse Racing, Justin Marks. He won the Chicago NASCAR race as team member. Lots of fun to watch out there. But, oh, you're all right, man. I love it. It's a good thing when you can't walk through the fan walk because there's too many fans, so we love that. So Boris said, where's Boris said senior, and we have to make this delineation because Boris said junior is also here this weekend, actually talking to a family member of the Lamers. I'm sure raced against Denny Lamers many times. So Boris, I know you were just last year and the year before that. So how does it feel to be back in one of your favorite tracks?
I mean, I love this place, but it's really cool with Denny Lamers with his car. I mean, I remember watching the guy when I was younger, and I'm thinking, man, that old guy can drive. And now I'm the old guy, so it's weird. I just turned 60 last year, so. But it's really special for him, and I'm sure he's looking down and laughing, because that's what he always did, laugh. But yeah, we're going to get it on pretty soon and have hopefully a good race.
Nice. I love it. And look at this. We've got a Camaro up front. We've got a Ford Mustang up front, a Challenger right here, another Ford. So we've got the big three right here in the top 3 and 4 with us with the Trans Am Series, as it should be. I got to give it up, though, because we're at Road America, and we've got the America livery here with David Penterick, Captain America, buckling it up over there. How cool is that? And then a Corvette, 2-time Trans Am champion Amy Ruman. Right here at the Corvette track, going to be going under the Corvette bridge. Any extra pressure, Amy, running a Corvette at the home of Corvette?
Oh, no, we're proud to represent Corvette still, and we're having a good run today. Hopefully, we start in 5th. I think it's going to be a good day. I think it's going to be a good day. The new track is definitely interesting. But I think it's going to be fast, and the sun's out shining, so we're good to go.
Nice. I love it. Amy Ruman, the number 23 McNichols Metal Service Center and Valley Chevrolet. Over there, we've got Danny Lowry in our first GT class car in the Bennett Bridge Hall Mercedes. All fans, if we could please clear pit lane in a timely fashion. Walk back this way to the back of the grid. Please clear. Then we've got Tommy Dreesy here in this Lucas Ford Mustang MAV TV. Look for Tommy Dreesy to move up. Richard Grant, another Corvette out here in the TA class. Now, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. Ricky Sanders, Milton Grant, Cary Grant, these Porsches, 3 equally yoked Porsches, and this V10 Lee Saunders Dodge Viper. So Dodge Viper definitely has a big advantage here with these huge, long straightaways. Lee, it's going to be your job to keep these Porsches behind you. How do you plan to do that?
It's going to be tough because we've got 3 really good competitors, and Cary, Milton, and of course Ricky. It's all pretty tight, so hopefully we can, just watch traffic and keep her pointed straight and be on the top step at the end. But we'll see. It's going to be a tough one. So
nice. It's going to be a tough one, he says, and it's tough to even just finish a 100-mile race here at Road America. These 3 Porsches, though, in our SGT class are all within a second of each other, so that should be a very interesting race. Then over here we've got Mike Attaway in this Audi, our lone GT competitor, but Mike Attaway is known for finishing. And then first time in the Trans Am Series, Josh Carlson in this SGT. Josh, welcome to the series. Green flag drops, what's your strategy?
Just keep the nose clean. I'm starting kind of far back. It's a 75-minute race, so I'm just going to take my time and try to get to the front.
Nice. So how would you explain the Trans Am Series to your friends in just the first weekend? What have you found out?
It's a great run series. I mean, for my first time here, I'm pretty impressed with how it's run. I like the great variety of cars we have, from GT cars, TA cars, TA2 cars, so it's a lot of fun.
Nice. I love it. So we've got a great mix of cars here. Something that I do want to point out, George, if you don't mind, I'm not going to make you come over the wall, but you can see here there's a lot of people posing and getting their pictures with that Denny Lamers, the banner there from 1948 to 2022. He was here with us last year, but the one thing about Denny Lamers is his fingerprints are all over this place. We're going to see it in the race when we go under that Corvette bridge that I was talking about. Something about Road America that I love. Every year we come here, and we come here twice a year now with SVRA and then with the Trans Am Series. They make huge capital improvements. So this year it's been the new pavement. But a few years ago it was this beautiful gift shop, the nicest gift shop in motorsports, I must say, designed by Denny Lamers. And then there's always nice bathrooms, there's new trails, there's a great trail through Kettle Bottoms. Everything seems to go for the best racing and the best spectator experience, and that's so much fun here at Road America. And it was such an honor to have Denny Lamers running with us in the Trans Am Series. He was just here with us last year when we were here with NASCAR over July 4th. We've got a huge family here with the Lamers. We're going to get to that later because that's going to be amazing. But we are about to start our festivities here at Road America, right here on the starter stand, the driver's line. So, what are you saying?
Standing right in front of them.
All right, right over here. So if I could get Bill Knox. Bill Knox from Road Race Ministries right here, Mr. Bill, to deliver our invocation. If everybody will remove their hats and bow their heads, Bill, take it away.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence for Denny. Thank you. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather in your name. We give you all the praise for this glorious day, Father. And we give you the thanks for the friendship that Denny provided for all of us. Father, we thank you. We ask that you protect all the drivers, spectators, the crews, the officials. Protect our emergency workers, our police and fire. And Father, please protect our military. Bring them home as soon as you can. In your Son's most gracious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Bill Knox, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been told to buckle in. My friend John Everett has told me that Anton Pietenpol is one of the best national anthem singers. All the great Road America staff have vouched for you. So, Anton, no pressure, but take it away, sir, here at Road America.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Man. Oh, my goodness. Anton. John, you were definitely right. Man, nice job. How long have you been doing this here?
Here, just about 3 years.
Wow.
But overall, probably 15, 20 years.
It's got to be extra special to deliver the national anthem here at Road America.
Absolutely. Absolutely. My favorite place.
Nice. I love it. Thank you, Anton. Jonathan, I'm going to send it up to you for the grids.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, some really fantastic rendition there of the national anthem. Okay. We get ready for what should be an interesting Trans Am race. Round 8 of the championship. Justin Marks in pole position with a 2:01.5, fastest ever Trans Am TA lap round here. Chris Dyson alongside him, the championship leader. Boris Said and David Pintarek on row 2. Amy Ruman and Tommy Dreesy, row 3. Danny Lowry and Richard Grant on row 4. And then on row 5, it's Lee Saunders and Ricky Sanders. Further back, Cary Grant. We've got the Grants in action today for sure. And Milton Grant, of course, the two of them in action on the 6th row. Then 7th row, Michael Attaway, Josh Carlson, the youngster coming in. Great to see the youngsters coming in, but he got a penalty earlier in the weekend, so he starts on the 7th row. Randy Hale, Matt Brabham, no time and will not be taking part. And Chris Coffey, again, no time for him in GT. But we've got some great racing to come, and I'm sure that Justin Marks has got his tail up after what has been going on in his world. It's been going from strength to strength with Trackhouse Racing, but so too has it been for his Trans Am career, which has absolutely blossomed. He's done a lot of sports car racing and IMSA racing in the past, but Trans Am, first full season, he's dipped his toe in it a few times, but this year he's come out fighting strong, and watch out for that 99 Trackhouse car come good. But we are, of course, ready to watch the parade of Denny Lamers' car as well, the 66, as we honour his legacy here at Road America. Clock ticking down, and alongside me is Adam Andretti, as always. Adam, good to see you, and you knew Denny. It's a nice tribute to him, and yeah, it's a lot of respect shown for him this weekend.
It's a beautiful tribute to a wonderful man. Denny Lamers, very much missed, not only by obviously his family and friends and close friends, but his Trans Am family and the racing family. He just don't find them like him too often, and it was a shock to all of our worlds that when that news came down of his passing today. Actually would have been his 75th birthday, so it is even more more special of a tribute for the man and his legacy. And he's just was an ultimate philanthropist.
Some questions have come with some
was
time.
So good to racers. Period. I've gotten to hear a lot of stories that I'll hopefully get to share throughout our broadcast.
So
from the Eben family, who were very, very close with Cliff Eben, driving Denny's cars for many, many years, and Joe Eben driving, Cliff's son driving a TA2, and Joe shared a funny story, that Denny would quit going to the watering hole after the races because after a couple rounds, it wasn't about buying rounds. He was buying race tires for and sets of tires and things like that, just to keep racers on the racetrack. He came from such humble beginnings, and he never forgot that, and he made sure that he took care of those that he saw were in need, whether it was in the racing community or outside in his local community, or right here at Road America at the National Park of Speed. And he, as you mentioned, and Ben has mentioned, with all the buildings and the bridges and the trails, he was an instrument in making this the National Park of Speed as well, and making it so fan friendly and just one of the ultimate places to go as a race fan and race enthusiast. So we love you, Denny, and thank you so much for all that you've done, and your family, and they're carrying on the great Lamers tradition, and you would be very, very proud of what's going on here today in your memory, my friend.
Nice words. Thank you, Adam, and especially coming from somebody who knew him and raced against him. I've spoken to a few, including Tony Arve, who obviously was part of that tribute, and Tony letting me know that if it wasn't for Denny, his career would not have been as successful as it was. So a lot of great comments. I also spoke to Richard Grant, who raced with him and is racing today in the number 30 Corvette, but he's raced with him since the early 70s. Unbelievable. And it's great to see the Grants out there in full force as ever. But as you can see, conditions set fair. We had a little bit of oil spill. We'll talk about that in a moment. But as you can see, the Corvettes are on fine display here. And we will get ready. Slight breeze, but the conditions are absolutely perfect for this race ahead. 9 minutes to go. And right now, let's head once again down to the pit lane and join Ben Sissel as we get ready for the start of this TA Trans Am race.
So she doesn't see her mommy.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. You know how I like the kind of fun, awkward situations. They opted out of the driver's command, but I love when anybody says I don't want to be in an interview, I have to interview them. So I'm with Jamie and Jan and the Lamers here. He has his fingerprints all over this whole track, and what a great legacy that's going to outlast all of us. How does that feel to you, knowing you're back home here at Road America and you can see his fingerprints everywhere?
It's amazing. He loved this place more than his own house, and it was his happy place, and that it's going to be forever. Honored and proud beyond belief. Road America has done a great job, really.
So, Jamie, do you consider Road America part of your extended family?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been coming here since I was probably 11. So,
your wedding?
Yeah, and this is where my rehearsal dinner was held for my wedding. So, yes, we're big fans.
I love it. That's amazing. From a Denny's standpoint, does a race here at Road America really stand out to you, or a special memory that you have here with him?
Absolutely, because we could go home if we wanted, because we're only an hour and a half. So we always had a little advantage. My crew, we're close. So if the car would break, they'd run home to our race shop and get it and then come back. So absolutely special. It is just, and it's beautiful. It's the National Park of Speed.
Yes. Now, you mentioned your crew, and it's a pretty extensive crew. Do you have a school bus to bring this whole crew and family here?
Nope, we just mishmash it all together and all kind of just get here. So, nope, we've made it work.
And Jamie, how long ago was this wedding and the rehearsal dinner?
In 2014.
Nice.
Yes.
And now, one of the really special things, our good friend and also teammate and longtime racer Cliff Eben, who's won a race here. He won with us at Sebring in 17. He's driving Denny's car in the parade laps in front of it, right?
Absolutely, and that's the biggest honor Cliff could do for Denny. So, sorry, we appreciate it a ton. It's really great, yeah.
And I hate to put you on the spot, but now who are these people to deliver the famous words here? Grandkids and nephews?
Yes, my grandkids and the nephews are all going to yell, "Driver, start your engine." It's been their dream for a long time, so they're going to yell as loud as they can.
Very loud.
And you guys aren't going to join them?
We're going to let them take the
kid's dream, right?
Yep.
Every kid's dream. So.
Any of these kids belong to you?
Yes, the one in the pink headphones.
The one that's the
crying one.
Awesome. I love it. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of this and being a part of the family. All right, guys, let's line up right here because this is going to be so cool. Denny's going to hear this, right? All right, so I'm going to give you the mic, and you and the Road America staff are going to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. You guys ready? You ready?
You ready? Yes.
Think so. You got a shot of that? He looks ready. All right, take it away, guys.
Driver, start your engines!
in the house?
And with that, we are away. What a wonderful moment that was. And it's always fun to involve the kids, the joy they had. I would have loved to do that as a kid, I must admit.
Oh, that's such an honor, period, you know, and as a kid to be able, as a young child to be able to give out the most famous words, to basically give the command. You're starting this event off with a command, and every one of these drivers is eager to fire these engines up and get going, and so it's definitely a beautiful honor, and like we said, Denny would be smiling very, very big down on what's happening here at Road America today.
Adam, obviously this is an iconic circuit. I mentioned it at the top here, but as we look down on it, what is it about this? I know it's long, I know it's fast, but tell me about Road America and what makes it so special.
You know, it feels like you're on an old country road and you're going somewhere, right? And that's what makes this place so special. It's not simple. It's a very big a challenge. You know, you got a lot of 90-degree corners, turns 1 and 3, 90. You're going to go down the long back straightaway, down through the woods and the trees, a hard left-hand turn here, turn 5, up the hill to 6, another left-hand, fast turn 7, tight, the famous carousel, leading into the even more famous kink. You know, one of those hold-your-breath moments down the long back straightaway towards Canada Corner, turn 12, and then turn 13, one of my favorite turns around the whole track. 14, very important to get that good drive off 14, coming up the front straightaway hill and making a lap around Road America here at the National Park of Speed.
And being the length it is, over 5 kilometers, as we take a look at Denny's old car, and I think Denny was 10th here last year, and the year before that 8th, so very, very strong memories for all the people that watched him race over the years. And yeah, I hadn't realized, they talk about his fingerprints. So much of the upgrades here at Road America have had a hand in by Denny and his family and the McMahon Group, his company. And so here's the previous winners. Kras Grala won it last year. Chris Dyson, who's racing today, obviously has a great record here. So does Boris Said, won this race in 2018. But what that graphic doesn't show you is that Boris has been on the podium pretty much here at Road America. So very much a specialist here. But yeah, what I think is interesting about Road America is it's such a long lap that if you mess it up, or you have a corner go wrong, it takes a long time to get it back, right?
It does. It's not like Lime Rock where you get it back in 50 seconds later. You know, you're waiting, and that's what's amazing, right? You know, you got Justin Marks almost to a he's almost at under a sub 2 minute lap here. A sub 2 minute lap here at Road America that's like. That's the goal of every driver. You get here and anything you want to get in, you want to get a sub 2 minute lap, and he is so tight to that with this new pavement. And I'm sure Cliff right there, watching Cliff Eben drive Denny's car around, just full of emotion. And the Eben family, very, very close family to, it's an extended family really to the Lamers family. And so I know that this is meaning an awful lot to an awful lot of people. And these, look at all these fire-breathing engines right here, these beautiful race cars, getting the rubber, getting these Pirelli tires, these P0s up to temperature, up to pressure, and ready to give us a great show and to make Denny smile even bigger as he's watching down.
Let's give you some news stories. Obviously on board with Justin Marks in pole position, set the fastest lap in qualifying. A newly paved circuit. A lot of people saying that there's a lot of grip out there. They keep talking about the smoothness of the new surface. It was only resurfaced recently. And so lap times are dropping in Moto America that was here a few months ago. All of the lap records in every category broken. Indy actually didn't break the lap record here, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to get a race lap record from either Justin Marks or possibly Chris Dyson before the end of this day is done, as we look high above the famous carousel. What is it so challenging about the carousel? It goes on forever.
Because there's literally infinite ways to get around there with speed, and you know, I've followed some of the best in the business and followed some of and have learned, you know, on some carousel entries, and it's a long corner, but it also falls away from me as we're just getting ready to get to right here on board with Tommy Dreesy. The track starts to fall away, and you're losing grip, and you're trying to bring it back to the last apex there on the inside to try and make it through.
Well, we welcome our viewers on MAV TV live here at Road America as we bring you the warm-up lap here of Trans Am. Jonathan Green and Adam Andretti bringing you the action as we go through Kettle Bottoms and down towards the famous Canada Corner, which today is the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner. and we will be keeping you up to date. This is that corner you were talking about, isn't it? Very, very quick.
Yeah, the kink is unbelievably quick, and it does. I mean, it's one of those where you're going to hold your breath. I don't care what car you're in, what race car you're in. It is a hold your breath kind of place. So the kink is, again, one of the favorite corners of any racetrack that we go to. It's one of my favorites for sure. But like I said, turn 13 is another one right there, and you're in it. You know, just two corners later after the kink, you're in another fast right-hand turn there, or left-hand turn, excuse me. You know, in turn 13. So it's very, very exciting. But yeah, we're going. Here as they're starting to, and that's the thing too. They're going to do one warm-up lap, and they're going to grid up because it's such a long lap here.
Yeah.
This is like 2 Mid-Ohio laps.
Yes, it is, and 3 Lime Rock laps. But there you see Justin Marks in the 99 Trackhouse car. He wears the 99 because, of course, Daniel Suarez, his driver in NASCAR, carries that number too. So he's carrying it proudly. Ross Chastain, already a winner at Nashville, his other driver, and now through to the playoffs. And so too, ironically, is Shane Van Gisbergen. But we'll talk more about that as the days go on. We're getting ready to race. The Corvette pulls off, and we look up that famous Road America hill as they come towards the green flag on our checkered flag position. Chris Dyson looking to get a good start on Justin Marks and try to see if he can get to the first corner first. Away they go! A roar of Trans Am once again here at Road America as the green flag waves in 2023. Good start from Marks. He's got the lead and he's got the middle of the road. To the inside goes Boris Said, and he's outbraked himself, and he's got to be careful not to hit the back of Marks there. But that was a moment, and side by side, Ruman and Vintarek. We're going to talk about their battle as Ruman and Dreesy. Oh, Dreesy's off track before he goes into 3. He's back on track. He's lost a couple of places. Dreesy in the wars. He didn't get to go out, and is that coming to a stop? By the looks of things, it could be, Adam.
Yeah, I think he's trying to feel something out with the car. It did something very weird to Tommy there as it really veered hard to the right. So I think he was just kind of feeling it out. And then, you know, Boris Said, as you said, got a little bit deep there into turn 1, and it cost him on the exit. And Chris Dyson has already taken the lead from Justin Marks. So it's curious to see what happened with Justin through turn 3 that cost him that time, because as you know, and here comes Justin right back on him. Oh my goodness, is this going to be a battle as they go through the Mission Foods turn 5?
Well, this is what we've wanted all season, to see these two at the front, because Justin Marks has had a bit of bad luck, including at NOLA and a few other places, but he's had 4 pole positions, so we know he's fast. He's won already, and he has got his tail up, but no question about it. And he's now up against one of the best that Trans Am has produced over the years. Ernie Francis Jr. has now gone on to Indy Next. He's back in single-seaters now. He won this race a few years ago, but now it's the time of Marks versus Dyson as they head down the back part of this circuit here at Road America. Flat out through here. Let's have a look at what happened in that overtake. We'll see it here. Adam, what do you see?
Well, we're going to take a look here at this replay here. And Justin gets a really good start here up into turn 1 here. This is the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 1. Gets a little bit wide, a little bit loose there on entry and exit. And I believe we're going to see him get a little bit defensive here into the WeatherTech turn 3. And here comes Chris Dyson down the inside in WeatherTech turn 3 to go down the long back straightaway.
Nicely done, too.
Beautiful pass, beautiful pass. And I guarantee you, Justin's getting a radio full right now from his Showtime Motorsports team, you know, reminding him, you know, patience, 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 because these are long 100-mile races. And we've seen Justin, as we got an emergency crew up there in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. So
yeah, so we've got a local caution at the moment at turn 1. Let's hope that doesn't turn into a full course, because this is starting to build up to a good little battle between the two at the front. Boris Said currently 3rd. Amy Ruman did get ahead of David Pintarek. They're in their own battle in the championship. It's a really intriguing one too. They were at it last time out at Mid-Ohio. Ruman getting the better of David that weekend. And here comes Justin Marks as they head down the back of the circuit one more time towards turn 5.
Yeah, Chris being good and defensive there into the Mission Foods turn 5. Definitely all fair, you know, all's fair in love and war here. So that was definitely a fair move. Definitely a defensive move you would take no matter what. And this keeps Boris Said right there in the mix too, there in P3 in that ECC Motorsports Anchor Bolt and Screw Dodge Challenger.
Where is the easiest, I say easiest, nothing's easy when you're going at this speed, but where's the easiest place to make a pass?
It's the place I always found was Canada Corner, is trying to make a clean, that's the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner. It's make a clean exit out here. The carousel is pivotal, and that's getting a good entry and exit also out of the kink. If you could put those two together over your competitor, now it's really tough with the aero too, because now when you're tucked up on, you're going to lose a little bit of front aero being Justin Marks. But you can see he's tucked into the slipstream of the 16 of Chris Dyson, and this is really fixing to be one heck of a battle for us, Jonathan Green, already in the early stages here.
Well, here we are at the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner, and Mark's not able to pull it off this time, but I can see why you see that as an obvious place. And it gets tight through here, 12, 13, and then coming up to 14, the last corner. And we've said it before, as you said in the track map, this is a key corner because there's a big hill and a huge long straight up here where you're over 160 miles an hour going to the first corner. Now you see it.
Exactly, as you saw that, right out of the three-dimensional services group, turn 14, Justin drops a wheel, but he's in the slipstream. He's definitely looking to make moves. Now, you got to remember, you're as a defender, you're allowed to make one defensive move, not two. So, got to be looking out at that. I know the steward's going to be looking very closely to make sure that is being considered. But, right here, right now, Justin needs to settle in, and let the race kind of start to balance and come to him. As hard as that is, it's easy for my cheap seat up here to say that. But I know inside there he's loaded for bear and he's ready to go. And but Chris Dyson, two-time champ, nothing to sniff at there as they start coming down in the Mission Foods turn 5.
XGT being led by Danny Lowry in the Mercedes, 7th overall. Saunders leading in SGT in that famous Viper 84. He's ahead of Ricky Sanders. Carlson, young Josh Carlson coming in the Ford Mustang. Great to have him on board, really just trying out Trans Am for the first time in this particular championship. And so looking forward to see what he can do. Dreesy has gone all the way down to 12th position, but he's still in the race.
I tell you, Chris is making a really wide race car, out of his Jim Weed Ford Mustang there, and he's going to be a heck of a challenge to get around. And I tell you, Boris said the crafty veteran sit back there in P3
waiting.
is just licking his fingertips, looking to pick up the scraps, hopefully.
Yeah, well, we know that Boris said Senior loves racing here. Had a quick chat to him. But all the chat right now with Boris is about his kid, because, of course, his kid now racing with TA2 and moving to Nitro Motorsports for a while. Expected to be with three-dimensional, I think, again later in the season. But great to see Boris said Jr., just a kid at the moment, but following in his father's footsteps and racing on the same weekend in Trans Am as his father.
And Nitro Motorsports there has a great, developmental program that they're working with Brett Cruz, Thomas Annunziata. They're proving that. So, with Boris Jr. to get that development, to be in that kind of group, I think is a real big benefit for that young man. But let's not forget, Amy Ruman is right there in P4 as well, the two-time champ. And David Paterick, her little nemesis, her Ohio nemesis there is right on her tail, only half a second behind. And they got a heck of a good battle going here between these two.
Well, there's only a few points between them in, fourth and fifth. Pintarek holding fourth at the moment after Mid-Ohio. Ruman right behind him, but only by a few points. So she'll be looking to stay ahead of Pintarek throughout this race, and that's where she is right now.
And that's going to be a good battle to keep our eye on throughout, as it's, it's just as tight there as it is up front here. And you see Danny Lowry here mixing it up with the TA cars, and he's got Lee Saunders right behind him in a different class. This is three different classes of racing, all right together there. So that's kind of exciting, and that's more than kind of exciting. That is exactly what Trans Am racing is all about.
I spoke to Danny Lowry in the Mercedes before the start of this race, and he said he really likes the smoothness of the new track, and it really is helping in terms of grip levels and in braking points, and just generally feeling the track and feeling like he said it's more like a billiard ball table. It's just got rid of all the old bumps that might have been there, and it really is a smooth. And I think, when you see the onboards, have a think about that, because it really is a lot smoother than it was. There's Josh Carlson, the new boy in SGT, and it was one of the Grants, sadly.
Oh, that's a shame to see.
Cary Grant.
Yeah, that's
a big hit.
That's Cary Grant there. That's a lot of heavy damage there to the left front of that Porsche. It's worth noting we are without a Chris Coffey as well in that beautiful Maserati, as he suffered a practice crash in the kink. They got everything okay. And this is a battle up front again, still materializing. And this is really, I tell you, this is what gets your heart rate up when you're behind the wheel, whether you're the lead car of Chris Dyson or Justin Marks in that Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro here. just making this business. But it's also great parity, right? We have a Ford, a Chevy, and a Dodge are our top 3 here in the TA class, Jonathan Green.
It's an intriguing battle because Justin Marks is kind of unfettered, and what I mean by that is he's not really racing for the championship. He started the weekend 6th overall. Like I said, he's had a bit of bad luck, but his pace has been always good. Same for Boris said. They're not going to try to challenge Dyson for the championship. In fact, it's all one-way traffic for CD Racing at the moment. So Marks just wants wins. And so Dyson's kind of in a bit of a precarious situation because he wants to win, he wants to be dominant, but he also knows that if he wants the championship, what he doesn't need to do is get into a Barney, and that's what we call a fight in England, with these two.
Well, and I'm telling you, Chris is a winner, and he wants to win. He's a champion. So, right now, honestly, the furthest thing from his mind is a championship hunt. He wants to show Justin Marks that if you want to win races, you got to go through Chris Dyson, CD Racing at some point or another. And that's really what the story of the season's been. And Boris said is showing some great pace here in the 79 Dodge Challenger from ECC Motorsports. That is a Weaver chassis, and we all know the history of Pancho Weaver and Boris said and all the work that they do together and the development and stuff like that. And ECC Motorsports, the Henriksen family, is one of the proud owners of one of those latest versions of the Weaver Racing concept chassis.
Under the Speedville Bridge, once again, and into the carousel. Marks putting massive pressure on Chris Dyson, but Dyson is warmed to it. 40 years of racing for CD Racing, his father and him. Chris Dyson, that is, based out of Lime Rock. That's where Poughkeepsie up in New York is where they're from. But celebrating what has been an astonishing career for both he and his father and the CD Racing team. But they're under big pressure here as they go through the kink and down towards the Bridge Hall Bennett's Canada corner again. Still can't quite get it done.
No, and I think Justin is showing great patience here. I believe Justin has the pace. He has the way he can drop back and gain ground back on Chris Dyson. And again, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game a little bit too, right? Because Chris is probably also not driving his stuff off as they go through the three-dimensional services group turn 14. He's not driving his car to the ground either. He needs to make sure that his Pirelli P0s are here for 100 miles so that he could take this battle all the way through the 100 miles.
Down the main straight they go, and now down into the 206s. This is the closest Justin Mark, as he just pokes a nose out for a moment there, has been to Chris Dyson. So Dyson holding on here as they head down towards turn 3. Boris Stead still waiting in 3rd position. Amy Ruman in 4th. David Pentarek in 5th. And Danny Lowry in 6th place. Under the bridge they come, and down this long run through turn 4, just a slight kink, and then down to the famous turn 5. Heavy braking here, and a possible overtake here, but you've got to be careful. It's easy to go wide.
It is. It's super easy, and those rumble strips there on the exit are much more forgiving with the 18-inch wheel and tire combination now that they have. But now they're coming into traffic, and traffic is always going to play a role with this. And
it has done already.
It was very, very good work there by
Michael
Attaway to heed to the faster TA cars and to continue his own battle for another day. But yeah, this is really a cracker right here, and really the pace that's being held right now is what's keeping Boris Said into this battle too. And that's only going to make things even more interesting for us and all the race fans watching.
Put a bit of historical perspective as we start to see the traffic form. This track goes back to 1955. Trans Am began in 66. And a massive history, but I think it's kind of poetic in some ways. Here we are in 2023, a Ford Mustang leading a Chevrolet and a Dodge right behind. You've won in all of those marks. What's the big difference? Is there a big difference?
They all have their strengths. And
he went wide there, big Chris.
Boy,
big mistake.
That was a big mistake there, and it happened at a place that's probably like the most impossible place to get something done here. In between the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner and the three-dimensional services group turn 14. So that little spot there, that was the most opportunistic. But look at what happened to that 79. It put him right on the tail. And I tell you, that Dodge, it'll always handle very well down the straightaway. So this is really just a great event. But as far as back to the characteristics, the Ford seems to always have the more legs, the more top end. The Chevrolet seems to be like an all-around package with torque and horsepower, and the Dodge is that thumper.
Out of turn 3 come the leaders, and as these two battle, we're on board with Justin Marks. It's allowed Boris Said to catch up, and as we come under the bridge again, what you're not seeing, perhaps, is where Boris Said is. He's so much closer now than before, and here comes Justin Marks at 5 on the outside.
Yeah, Justin Marks got a great run out of the WeatherTech turn 13.
Here's that moment.
Turn 3. And yeah, he got a little wide there, and it's really slick on the exit of Canada. And the rumble strips are super big as you get out there, so totally unforgiving. And he was on the power trying to stay ahead of this number 99 Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro, Justin Marks. And he did it. He was able, but he also slipped out of the WeatherTech turn 3. And Justin got a heck of a run down the outside of the Mitsubishi turn 5, and it just wasn't able to capitalize as in the Optima batteries now carousel.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Justin Marks will want to get past Dyson if he can soon, because otherwise he's going to be under the pressure. You can see it from above here, from the drone, just how close Boris Said is. And what he doesn't need to do is get embroiled in a battle with the wily old fox that is the retired but not so retired curly-haired Boris Said.
Yeah, I know Boris is one of those where, yeah, if he's in the mix, you got to be ready for an attack because he's coming. But at the same time, I also think that he's kind of feeling okay sitting in the position that he's sitting in and letting these two kind of battle it out, and see what comes of it. Because if these two really get into beating and banging and side-by-side racing, guess who's right there to capitalize?
Oh, yeah.
And that's that beautiful 79 Dodge Challenger there.
Yeah, like I said, I was looking at the history books last night, and Boris has got an amazing record here. He won here in 2018, was second in 19. In 20, he was on the podium again, and so he's always been a factor here, and he's looking to do the same again. Again, Marks pops out at the inside of turn 1, doesn't get it done. They head down, out towards turn 2, the important right-hander that leads onto the straight.
And I think Justin, too, part of his poking out is not only to get into the head a little bit and to make a mirror drive, you want to make that competitor head of a mirror drive, but also you got to get some air to the front of these, too.
Yep.
Not only for the downforce, but to cool them. And you don't want to, this is a racetrack that is famously, hard on brakes because we're taking a lot of speed off the cars on numerous areas around the racetrack. So a lot of that is kind of two pieces to that puzzle, right? As far as not only wanting to climb in the head of your competitor, but he gets a heck of a run here. Will he go around the outside?
Well, that was good work from Dyson, defending well there.
Outside of turn 7 is usually not a place that we pass at Road America, but they go into the Optima batteries, turn 8 here with good defense by Chris Dyson. And that's going to, leave a good speed advantage for Justin Marks. But I tell you, Chris Dyson is really getting through the carousel and the kink really well here. As you see him in the middle to the carousel all the way to the exit, he pulls a car length and a half or so on Justin Marks. Gets through the kink pretty well, pretty evenly, and maybe Justin even a little bit better because you watch Justin gain back some of that time.
Yeah.
And some of that, too, is that ECR engine, that ECR power underneath the hood of that Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro. That's some serious horsepower that I know I enjoyed being behind the wheel of when I was in Indianapolis. It's great horsepower, very drivable stuff that the man Fish puts out there underneath the hoods of these cars. And it handles nice down the straightaway, but he's getting good drive through the kink. But I tell you, if Chris gives up any of what his advantages in that carousel, I think you're going to see an attack by Justin Marks. And he's been struggling getting off of the three-dimensional surface group turn 14 the last few laps Chris Dyson has, and it's really given him advantage coming down this front straightaway.
Here comes Marks to the outside this time. He's looked to the inside 2 or 3 times. Again, he doesn't get it done, but it's real cat and mouse between these two. The chess at 160 miles an hour, as I like to call it, because it really is a case of strategy here at this point. And the man who's playing the best chess in my mind right now is Boris Said, just waiting in the wings for something to happen.
Absolutely, he's looking for that checkmate move,
yes.
At any time, and there's a lot of racing left too. We're not even halfway, but this has been a fast-paced race. To already cover 9 laps around this large circuit is pretty incredible, and it shows the excitement that we've had up front here. I mean, we have not been able to really release ourselves from this excitement here. We also had that race between David Peterick and Amy Ruman we were talking about. David did get the better of Amy Ruman, and Amy is only about a little more than a second behind David Peterick for that battle for 4th place. And given what could happen up here front with the scramble that they have going on, Justin Marks has gotten the lead taking the lead away from Chris Dyson.
I wonder whether he did it at 8 again. Let's have a look. We'll have a look at a replay of that, because where he did it was most interesting, and I think it might have been like we saw on the previous lap where he got side by side. Let's have a look at it again.
So coming through here, or coming through turn 5, up the hill into turn number 6. Braking points are all. Oh, he gets a little loose on entry. Couldn't get the wheel turn to go cut the wheel into there, and Justin Marks takes advantage.
Well, that is a classic. As a racing driver, I'm sure you'd agree, that's a classic way of hounding your opponent into a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. The car is very light there for turn 6, right? The braking zone's right at the crest of a hill, and it looked like it caught a little bit of a rear lockup for Chris Dyson, and he couldn't commit to turn in. And now he's got his mirror full of Boris Said to worry about, as Justin Marks is making hay and just taking off to a...
Yeah, and that last lap at 2:04.8, boy, has he taken off. Last lap for Dyson at 2:06, so he just sprinted away as soon as he got past. And now, as you say, Dyson has got his own battle now with Boris Said, and these two have huge history of battling each other over the last few years. Pintarek up to 4th place ahead of Ruman. Lowry now in 6th place overall, but leading in XGT. And Richard Grant in 7th. Lee Saunders leading SGT, and Tommy Dreesy up to 9th after that mistake going into 2 a few laps ago.
And it looked like Tommy Dreesy in that Lucas Oil Ford Mustang. He took a couple laps just to sort himself out and make sure that what he was feeling wasn't something that was, detrimental to their finishing the race. So he did a really nice job, a really heads-up move. But now he's got the grip between the teeth, and he's out there setting some lap times. And he's on his move back up through the pack here. So you're going to see him cruise back up through this PA field.
And Adam, just to put in perspective for some of our MAV viewers who may be new to Trans Am, give us a little bit of a history. Chris Dyson, sports car racing, Trans Am, multiple champion. Marks, of course, has got his own sports car career, owns a NASCAR team, raced in Xfinity at Chicago, but sadly it was rained off. But his team goes from, strength to strength. Just had a win in NASCAR with Shane Van Gisbergen. And likewise, Boris Said, NASCAR, IMSA, Le Mans, you name it. He's won everything. So we've got some very experienced drivers at the wheel here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's pretty simple. Each one of these drivers will tell you it's the most fun car to drive. It is the most rewarding to drive. Look at the speeds that they're carrying. They're 180 miles an hour here, and almost an under 2-minute lap around this big famed road course. And they are just a spectacular race car to drive. They come with it doesn't have analog brakes. It doesn't have the traction control. It doesn't have the stability control that we see in other GT class racing. And I think that's what really, and I know that's what attracts like the likes of, Chris Dyson. And, a true racer certainly doesn't want those A's. A true racer wants to have that control of the vehicle. And the Trans Am Series has that in those classes, in the class of TA and also in the class of TA2.
Well, we're looking at 3rd place in the championship, Tommy Dreesy. It's not been an easy season for Tommy. It's been up and down. But the Lucas MAV TV sponsored car going good here at the moment anyway after that early mistake, and trying to make his way past Richard Grant in that number 8 Lucas prepared Ford Mustang.
And that's for position within TA, but also a position overall as well for 7th place. This battle's going to come up here.
Excuse me, I put him in a Ford Mustang. He's in the Camaro.
But
he has used both.
No, Dreesy's in the Ford Mustang right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's got him down. It's interesting because they've got him down as being the Camaro. So, okay.
Yeah. But no, it's a Ford Mustang that he's underneath the Chevrolet Corvette there. Richard Grant, though, beautiful pass there.
That was
in
nice.
The Optima batteries, turn 8, as they cruise into the carousel. Tommy Dreesy's now going to go ahead and set fire and go after Danny Lowry for an overall P6, but he's really going to fight to try and get up to the back bumper of Amy Ruman and to get that battle going.
So then, Dreesy making his way bit by bit back into this race. And if he gets a caution, that will change the whole race again. And Dreesy could be a factor. And that's the beauty of watching him race. He's never out of it. Whatever he does as we go back on board with the Lucas number 8. Coming out of Canada corner. I always love these onboard shots. I can stay on board all race long because I love watching you when you're on board. When we were at, I can't remember which race, but it was just, you really do get a sense of how you're working it and how comfortable you are. And I know you well enough to know when you're comfortable in the car and when you're having to wheel it and work it.
Yeah, these V-Box does an awesome job, not only of giving us the shot, but giving us all the telemetry, you know, and that just tells more of a story, you know. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yeah.
When you see a video like that out there and showing what it's showing, that's pretty incredible stuff.
So Dreesy making his way through. He's currently in 7th. He's got Danny Lowry in his sights. He's got past Michael Attaway. And Dreesy going about his business, having made a slight mistake early on, but now will try to get into a battle, if he can, with Ruben and Pintarek before the end of this race. Still a long way to go in this, and always the possibility of cautions. And when you get a caution here at Road America, you never know how long it's going to be. Given, Pintarek and Ruben! So they were battling, and they've both gone off, and I talk about a caution. I'm afraid that's going to cause one.
And this could be stuck, you know, if you don't get out of this kitty litter.
Ruben's out.
Amy's out, but she had 2 tires still on the pavement, the front.
Now, I don't think Pintarek from that position, well, he hasn't got it started, but he's got it running. Now, can he get out of there? No, he's beached it.
He's down on the bodywork now. Now he's just going to dig a hole.
Adam, let's take a look at what happened, because obviously these two are battling in the championship, but obviously they came into turn 1 and it all went wrong.
Amy gets a heck of a run down here into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Turn 1 gets a little bit loose on the inside of David Pintarek and collects him. Racing incident there. Amy was certainly not an intention there. She had lost the rear under braking, and so they're going to keep us at a full course green flag and just go local caution and bring the safety trucks out. So you know, that's something that do here at Road America is a hot tow, they call it. They'll leave the track hot and try and get David out of the kitty litter. But I assume in his position, we're going double yellow. This is going to be a full course caution. And just like our commentator just said, Jonathan Green, I believe you just said it, a full course caution brings Tommy Dreesy back into a battle.
It certainly does. Yeah, makes things very interesting indeed. And it also makes that battle between Marks and Dyson that much closer again. And Marks, having done the hard work of getting past, now has to build on it again. Will the wind also play a part? You can see it starting to breeze up a little bit more as Tommy Dreesy comes across the line. Marks crosses the line as well. Here he is. And we are under caution here at Road America due to an incident at turn 1 involving 2 of the tough fighters for 4th and 5th in the overall championship. David Pintarek in the 57 and Amy Ruman. And you saw the incident in replay. There's the truck on track trying to get David Pintarek's car out of the way. It looks as though it's going to be fairly short done, because they seem to have moved the car, or they've got it going again and he's back out on track. But the Corvette now leading us under caution.
And absolutely, the difference between, like I said, between Amy's pitch in the litter and David's is David's whole car was in the litter. So these are flat bottom cars. So the second the chassis and the bodywork got on it, it was heavy.
Adam, let's take another look at that incident, because it's been the biggest moment of this race so far, and it's worth talking about how Amy went about this and what went wrong.
Well, I think it was just a possible rear lockup here. We're going to see maybe even a little bit of a drop in the grass on the inside. I would have to see it again in slow-mo, but it might have been just a little bit. She was in the inside and maybe caught a little bit of the grass, because I saw a little puff of dirt right there before she lost it off the right side of the car. If my eyes weren't fooling me, I think that might have been what happened, but definitely not something intentional by her. I'm sure David at this point feels a little differently, you know, because inside the car you're just seeing red, and so I'm sure his mindset's a little bit different. But from this point of view, and knowing the way those two competitors race each other, that was nothing intentional there. And she had a great run out of the three-dimensional services group, turn 14. Don't know what attributed that run, because David had about a second and a half gap on Amy Ruman. So there was some mistake that happened with David at some point around there that brought that gap closer, and unfortunately had an incident, and David was on the low end of that stick.
Well, the Greek god that is Tommy Dreesy comes back into play here, because with Pintarek and Ruman out, he moves right up the board. He's got Danny Lowry in front of him, but he's not racing Danny. He, of course, racing and leading in XGT as we look from high above the Road America circuit. Great view going into the carousel from here.
It is. It's favorite racetrack of mine to come to ever since I was a young child, because just like we said, as a spectator, there are so many options here to go to. I've taught driving schools here, and it's one of the best places to teach driving school because of where you can. around this track and really analyze your students. And so it's definitely one of those beautiful gems. The National Park of Speed is.
And I'll bet as an Andretti family, Marco's been here, John, your brother, raced here, Mario, you might have heard of him.
My brother,
he's probably raced here a few thousand times.
My brother John in 1987 made his IndyCar debut here at Road America in the wet and drove to 6th.
Now, that's smoke. That's odd. Is that dust, though? I think that's dust from the oil that was laid down.
I believe that's what they're doing. They're sweeping some of that dust
out.
out.
You can see it there.
There was a lot of oil dry laid down. As you mentioned on the pre-race there that there was an oil spill, and then we saw this from the aerial view. But, yeah, that doesn't look like anything.
And I think it's because they're warming up the tyres under caution here that they've gone over that particular situation. Unless somebody has.
I think it's a
stopped.
track blower.
Oh, it's Pintarek. Maybe they've got Pintarek going again, and he's dropped some oil because look, there is a parked car there. So
it's hard to speculate on exactly what's going on there at the moment.
Pintarek, I think, is stopped on track.
Yeah, it very well could be.
We might have another lap under caution because of that then.
Justin Marks is sitting here thinking, man.
So, lights still on the Corvette, which means as he comes down towards turn 14, I think we will be doing another lap. We'll see. Let's have a look at a replay, and we'll see where the rest of the cars went past Pintarek and see what, if you like, is the problem. But I think we're going for another cautious lap.
Let's see what we're taking a look at here.
So, now look to the left of your screen as the onboard of Marks. That's Pintarek's car there.
Yeah. So he's just dead in the water. I don't think he was the one throwing up the smoke per se, but he might have gotten offline to be away, and that he might have kicked up some of that fresh oil dry that is laid down.
In terms of trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe what we saw. But a lot of times when you spin these cars, you back up the motors if you didn't get the clutch in quick enough and things like that. And it was such a surprise to him. You know, it's one thing if you've lost the car on your own, you kind of feel it coming. Yeah. And as you feel it coming and you know that, it's gone, you could quick dip the clutch. But when it was a total surprise like that, you're looking at probably didn't get enough time to get the clutch in. And that could do a lot of damage, not only the gearbox, the engine, the rear end. So he might be suffering something from a driveline issue that won't let him go.
What about for those that are still running and have perfectly healthy cars? What do you worry about in a caution situation?
You know, as far as you worry about not picking up a puncture for one, and making sure that you're staying away from any debris that might be out there. You're working about you want to keep temperature and things, right? This is the time when your brakes could get too cold for a restart. You're letting your tire pressures down too much by not keeping the temperature up. And, for like Tommy Dreese here, he wants to be around the XGT car because he wants to go fight that TA car of Amy Ruman. And when you look up front, it was no different, right? Chris Dyson has a lap car in front of him, and he doesn't want that either.
So, we're under caution here at Road America. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with all the action. You won't miss a thing. Stay with us here from Road America and the SpeedTour.
SpeedTour returns to Portland International Raceway July 21st through the 23rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, Western Championship, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Portland SpeedTour July 21st through the 23rd. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to Road America. We're under caution here with a big incident involving David Pintarek, who got back out on track but then stopped just before Canada Corner after the kink at Kettle Bottoms, and he basically bottomed out because he is sat there. That has brought out a caution. Justin Marks continues to lead the race, but as you can see, the flashing yellow lights on that Corvette in front of Justin Marks tell us that we're still under caution. And in fact, we've just been told by race direction that potentially they could all come in for a black flag situation, and that would allow the trucks, which you're seeing now, onto the track. And I think that's because of all the mess, if you will, down that back part of the circuit. So it's going to be an interesting time this now, because now you've got an extra worry, Adam, of coming in.
Yeah, then you never want to shut a hot race engine down. honestly, anything can happen. Something electrical, gremlin could come up.
Is that when things go wrong?
Yeah, the engine could vapor lock. I mean, the last thing that you ever want to do is come to a stop. But the series and the track and the stewards are seeing the need for this. You can see the sweepers are out there, I think, to blow that extra oil dry off, because what we just saw, you can't race that way.
So we are under caution at the moment. We're coming up to the incident where Pentarik parked the car, and you can see trucks on track ready to pick him up. And it looks as though we might go from double yellow because of that incident and then bring the cars in. And that is David Hoots, the race director's way of making sure that everything stays safe. But it certainly changes the complexion of this race. And as we just heard Adam explaining, and maybe you can go into a deeper explanation of that, because this is really tough on drivers, because you're in the middle of the race. There's not a lot of time to get things right. There's Pentarik's car being picked up, but they had to do this in order to get the trucks on to get to Pentarik, who's in a very precarious place. It's not like you could have parked trucks there waiting for somebody to have an incident there. So this is why this is a bigger incident, and this is why this track is kind of unique in some ways.
Yeah, it's definitely comes down to safety, and David Hoots does a wonderful job of making sure not only us competitors are safe, but also the safety team out here, and we got to thank those men and women from the bottom of our hearts, because a lot of it's volunteer, and they're out there, they're risking their lives, they're taking time away from their lives and their families and so on and so forth to come really feed their passion, and that's the same passion we all have for this sport. And they end up, just so happens they end up with a really good seat usually for the action, but at the same time, it could be incredibly dangerous, and they do it without even thinking, without even blinking an eye. They give us competitors in the series and everyone the unwavering support. So ultimately, this is definitely the good call, the right call is to get this done.
What are the? You obviously know this from driving in this championship, but what are the procedures now? Obviously, that this means all cars stop in the pit lane. What can or can't you do in this situation? We hear that might be somewhere in the region of 15 minutes now of pause to this race. Do you stay in the car? Do you what do you do?
Well, you can't you can't do anything but drink water.
That's it.
That's all. That's all. I mean, you could get out, but 15 minutes. Then you'd be getting out, and for what? Maybe unless you need a bathroom break, you're gonna stay put and try and keep your focus on. I personally, I keep my visor down and just keep my eyes, right focused to where I want to be, and just keep myself in my thoughts. But every driver's different. Justin's relaxed. Look at him, visors up, grabbing himself a drink of water, and he's just going to sit there and chill, and he's feeling like he's got the control of this race. And but you might go further back in the field and see a much more serious look at a Chris Dyson, who's wanting to come back and fight for this win.
Now, I mentioned that I spoke to Richard Grant earlier in the weekend about Denny Lamers, and let's have a hear from Richard, who's in the car just behind Justin Marks. Well, Richard, this weekend we're honouring one of Trans Am's multiple participants here at Road America, and a man who put a lot into Road America over the years with his family and his company, McMahon. You raced with Denny. What are your memories of him?
I started racing up here at the June Sprints every year starting in about 75. And I was in small production cars, stuff like that. 1999, I switched to a GT1 car. And that was when I first met Denny Lamers, because he was basically a fixture up here. I really enjoyed racing against him. He was a good, fair driver. And unfortunately, I have to admit, the last 2 or 3 years I raced against him, he always beat me. But we had some good times together. And, he was just a great guy. Family guy, businessman, and racer, and he was fair on the track. And I guess I don't know if you talked to Cliff Edmond or not, but I was racing with Cliff and Denny all those years, and just really enjoyed being around him and talking to him when I came up here and stuff like that. Several times he actually came down south to race with us at Road Atlanta and a couple of places like that, and Trans Am. And but yeah, he was a great guy, and I really enjoyed racing with him.
Thanks for talking to us about him, and enjoy the 100 in his name.
Yes.
Richard Grant, one of the perennial racers of Trans Am, and currently out there at the moment, right behind this man, Justin Marks, in the number 30 Corvette. So just give a thought to the man who's been racing over 50 years of racing from Richard Grant, and knew Denny very well. Now, let's head down once again and hear from Ben Sissel. He's got the latest with what's going on in our black flag situation.
All right, so I'm here at the front of the grid. It looks like this is going to be a long black flag so that they can clear the track of any debris and oil. You can see my man here from Pirelli looking around, just checking everything out. Now, something to show here, George, is one thing you're always looking for in times like this is if the front grille is just clear of any debris. It looks really good here. Then also the teams have been notified that they are allowed to come, per the rules, to come out and wipe off the windshield because of the debris. They can come out and clear the grille, and they're allowed to give the drivers water. They are not allowed to work on the cars. Something to look at here is just some very minor tire rub here with this front fender. Doesn't look like that's going to come into play, but I'm here with the leader, Justin Marks. Started pole, fell back to second, and then made a great pass there under the Corvette bridge. Justin, how are the conditions out there? And it seems like you were able to gap them pretty well once you got past.
Yeah, the conditions were great till that last yellow. Now it's a mess. But yeah, I was a little too conservative at the start. Chris got by me. We were a lot quicker, but so early in the race, there was so much race to go that I just kind of wanted to hang out there for a minute, just see where the handling net out to, and try to put some pressure on him. I think he made a mistake getting into 6 there and axle hopped or something, and so it was a pretty easy pass that I could hammer down, drive away, and go maintain. But this is going to be a while cleaning this up. Track's in good conditions, car's running great. Showtime guys did a good job, so try to go finish this job when they turn us loose.
Now, something that I noticed that's kind of unique to Road America are these hot pulls. And you guys, there was a car off from lap 1 here at turn 1, and you guys were going in there pretty hot. Is that something that you're not even thinking about, or is it kind of scary to you?
You mean the speeds?
Yeah, the speeds.
Yeah. No, it's not scary. It's fun. I mean, that's why we race cars, is to go fast. I like these really, really fast places, especially places that have really, really fast corners, like the carousel back there and the kink and some of those where you gotta have some bravery. But yeah, we get to use everything that these cars can do. Hard brakes, a lot of handling, and then just that all-out speed. I think I saw 181 on the dash or something at one point at a 1. So yeah, it's all fun, man.
Now you can see Gary Seelix coming in here. So, Gary, I know that they've given the teams permission to wipe the windshield, to wipe the grill, to give beverages, and I think that's totally fair based on what's going on. But one thing I want to point out to the viewers, even as they're watching, there's a lot of flex in the windscreen. Is that kind of a design flex that you guys are doing at Showtime?
So we have these window braces right here that are kind of bowing. There was no support on them, so we put support, but they're already bent, so the window keeps flexing as they're going down the track.
And I noticed watching the in-car, Justin, are you seeing the windshield flex like that?
Yeah, definitely. When the car's by itself, not so much, but when you get them tight, close together, like when I was following Dyson there, the air does weird things. It was pushing my windshield down a little bit. It's actually pushing his rear window glass down a little bit, just the way the air comes off the back of his cars. But, we got bracing here, and it's all good, just part of the speed.
Yeah, we had some comments watching the live stream pointing out the flex, so that's good. So he said when he gets behind a car, the aero wash coming off of Dyson's rear wing hits this thing even harder, making it flex. So there you go. And we have the teams out here able to give beverages. I think that's a great call. Jonathan, Adam, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thanks, Ben. Good intel always, and that was the first shot we got of that nice Richard Grant Corvette there. We heard from Richard a moment ago. And
Gary, are you okay with me asking
so
about the windshield?
We wait, just as you are, for the resumption of this race. You can see a little bit of the grass there in Richard Grant's grill there, and that could be a problem. We've seen it at Mid-Ohio many times. And if you get too much grass in there from going, if you like, off track or being involved in an incident, you can heat up the engine that way as well, as we go back and you'll see Dyson's car. But this is a first real good close look up at Richard Grant's car. And, of course, Carrie Grant involved in that incident earlier on in the day.
Sucks in.
Have you ever had a problem with a flexing windshield? Now here's the picture you want to see.
Yeah, that's a lot of oil. So I think we might have speculated correctly with David Paterick and driveline issues, some sort, dumped a lot of either engine oil or transmission or rear end fluid after that turn 1 incident. So hate to see that, not only for David Paterick and their group, but also for these competitors too, because they're going to come flying down in Canada corner into the braking zone, and this is what it's going to look like.
So we continue under caution. How does that, is it limestone? I don't even know what the combination of the powder is, but does it affect the car in any way?
No, not really. I mean, you'll smell it. You'll get dust in your eyes for the first 3 times. It'll be a little bit slippery, but, Road America is going to do a fantastic job of cleaning it up. I can guarantee it. And
some of the best in the business, right?
Yeah, it's one of the best places that we go to as far as track prep and care. So, unfortunately for Justin Marks, he gets to be the first one there, right? That's a huge advantage for this man. Chris Dyson in P2 he's the second one down through there, and so he's gonna. But everyone's gonna have their eyes full of some sand, a little bit of kitty litter, if you will.
Yes.
It's probably the closest thing that you can relate it to is kitty litter.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so Dyson, and just so get everybody up to date, Dyson's actually in his older car, the championship-winning car, because it was his car that had problems yesterday. They swapped to get one of the cars out, and that's how Dyson is out there. But he's in the older car and with a different chassis, not the Riley chassis this weekend, as we take a look at Boris Said in the beautifully prepared number 79.
Yep, he had Steve Ray sitting there chatting with him, Boris beating on the wheel, ready to go.
He's ready.
I'm sure whatever song came on that woke him up this morning is what's going through his head right now. Just keep him in the square. Steve Ray there, he's one wrenching on the car and leading that team as far as making sure that it's ready to go.
Yeah, and basically, just in case you're wondering, if you've just joined us, we're on a black flag situation while we clean up some oil and dirt from David Paterick's incident. He went into the gravel trap, but then we think he blew the engine down the back straight just before Canada corner, and therefore they're putting down a lot of dust and mix to try to soak that up, because it's just before the breaking point and could be critical, and it's certainly going to be critical for Dyson coming in there. So we're under caution here. We welcome you to Road America, and it's been an interesting race as we take a look at the man leading an SGT. That's Lee Saunders in that famous 84 Viper. Let's head down once again, though, to Ben Sissel, who's got the latest in our black flag situation here in Trans Am.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to point out that we've got the big 3 up here in the top, led by the Chevy Camaro, the number 99, then a Ford Mustang, and then a Dodge Challenger. The Corvette there is a lap down, and I don't know yet what our officials are going to do with Richard Martin there in that Corvette, but we'll see. See yet to come. But as Adam was pointing out, Boris is loose. He's in here playing the drums, beating the steering wheel. Boris, what song is in your head?
I got George Thorogood, I'm Bad to the Bone. And I got Denny Lamers riding with me, so 2 old guys are going to beat up on this guy.
Nice. Bad to the bone. I love it. So you seem to be in the catbird seat, Boris. You're just kind of out there watching these 2 front runners go at it. We've got a Dodge, a Ford, and a Chevy, and 1, 2, 3, just like in your days. How's it feel out there?
I mean, I'm not sure what they have left. I mean, I'm driving 10/10 every lap, so this Dodge is running really good, though, so hopefully this anchor nut and bolt car will have just enough. Maybe I can get Chris at the end.
Nice. I love it. So there's Boris Said Sr., the number 79. You can see this Engineer Components, ECC Motorsports, A.J. Hendrickson's car. So, Stevie, I heard you making a call to your crew for some ice. Yep. And, Chris, I see you're icing your wrist. That's not an injury. You're just trying to get cool?
Yeah, Ben, these cars get really hot. I mean, that's part of the demands of driving these cars. But, the Jim Weed car's been running great. Happy to be up front leading there. I want to get back in front of Justin. We'll see what we can do on the restart.
Nice. Now, have you heard anything about this number 30 ahead of you? Are they going to move him, or is he going to be right there in the battle when it goes back to green?
I think it's up to the stewards, but I think it'd be great if he could move over and let us race.
Nice. So, Stevie, you came over, you talked to the driver, and he was like, man, I got to cool down. What was going on?
So we're just trying to cool him down in a good way on your wrist. get the blood circulation, cool it down. I got a couple packs behind his neck, a couple down on his thighs. We'll cool him down, and we'll take off, and we'll get racing again here shortly.
Nice. I love it. See, we're getting some science lessons here. Stevie Dix, Chris Dyson Racing, beautiful car, and I can't, I'm just really excited. And Adam and Jonathan, I know you've got to be too. We've got the big three in the top three here in Trans Am. Now we come back here to Lee Saunders, and man, this has been quite a battle watching them come through. Lee leading this battle in SGT, but Lee, these Porsches are right behind you, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. Ricky and Milton are right behind me. Kerry had a pretty nasty accident there and won. I'm hoping he's okay because hated to see that. He just got caught up in a little accordion effect there, and my team said he's okay, but really hoping he's okay. I hate seeing that because he had a good run going into one there. But anyway, yeah, we're going to try to keep it shiny side up here for the last little bit and see what we can do here.
And Lee, I'll tell you, I can see Kerry Grant right there walking around looking at his car. You can see him there, George, in the green shirt and the hot green gloves. So Kerry's walking around good, looking at a pretty damaged car, though, unfortunately. Yeah, that stinks for the Grants and the Grant family. But we'll come back here. Ricky Sanders, man. Ricky Sanders giving it to him up there. Lee Saunders there in that SGT battle. Your car must be feeling good, Ricky.
Yeah, the car's running really well today. We're trying to keep Lee honest with the power of that Viper. We may have a little handling on him, but Lee hadn't put a tire wrong all day. So we're just trying to stay on his bumper and see what we got there at the end, but just trying to keep up.
Nice. And he said Lee hasn't put a tire on. That's so frustrating when you've got a good car and you're doing everything you can, but when that driver in front of you just won't put a wheel wrong, it's really tough. Now, Josh Carlson, first time in Trans Am, keeping up with this Viper in this Porsche. Are you having fun out there? It looks like fun from our point of view.
Yeah, it's a blast. I mean, we've been having some good battles all the way through, and with this restart, should be a good battle to the finish.
Now, George, get a good shot of this. Let's look at the interior here. He looks like he's running like basically a late model interior. Look, he's got the leg pads here to keep his knees from banging. He's got the old go-kart steering wheel padding right there in the front. So, Josh, is this thing quite a bear here to handle here at Road America?
Yeah, it's quite tough to handle. I mean, the brakes start to fade about 5 laps in, but it's pretty fun being able to keep up with these guys.
Well, they're firing back up, so that might mean we got to get out of the way. You can see here Milton Grant giving us a thumbs up, getting ready to go. Amy Ruman, Danny Lowry, Tommy Dreesy, Mike Attaway. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, as always, Ben. Myself and Adam Andretti getting ready for the resumption of this race. And if you've just come to join us, we're under a black flag situation. We had a big off between Patarik and Ruman, who are racing in the championship. They went off turn one. Ruman got back out and going, and there she is in the 23 McNichols Corvette. But Patarik got stuck. They dragged him out. He got back out and going, but then when he got to the back end of the circuit, right to the very back, just before Canada Corner, it looks as though the engine let go, and that actually put down a lot of oil, and therefore they've had to really make sure that that is okay before we send it back out again, and that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, and they did a great job. I think this is even a little bit ahead of schedule. They had called 15 minutes first off, and I don't believe we were actually sat for 15 minutes. No. I could be wrong, but it didn't feel like it. But I would like to point out the difference. Justin Marks up front, comfortable, cozy, feeling great about things. And, Chris Dyson, suffering some heat, issues in that 16 Jim Weed Ford Mustang. But, also, did you notice how he was all business, right? There was really short answers. And if you know Chris Dyson, he's usually not shy for words. So he was definitely, being very quick and concise and staying focused and really had his head down. So I am really looking forward and excited to see how this is going to pan out when we finally get to this restart coming up here shortly.
Yeah, it's always a tough time under caution to keep everything together and keep your head straight, because any lapse of concentration, your adrenaline's flowing, and suddenly, it's all stopped out of nowhere, and it really does change your rhythm. There's no question about it. and as you see, the real professionals know how to keep it short. Here's your grid at the moment when we restart. Mark's leading from Dyson, so there's a battle there for the lead. Seb waiting to pounce, and said he's going to try and see if he can catch Dyson before the end of this race. Ruman's still up there in 4th place, but look at Dreesy, 6th place, Lowry between them, but Lowry isn't in their battle, so that's going to be interesting to see Dreesy and Ruman going at it. They've got a history, and they love racing against each other, but if you talk to Amy Ruman, she says, I don't know how he finds my red car every time he's out on track, but he sees
Yeah, no, it's definitely been a long-standing rivalry between those two, and you know, has its moments of frustration and moments of friendliness as well, but it does make it exciting within
both
the
champions,
paddock.
of course. Previous
yeah,
champions.
Both previous champions. Amy, a 2-time champ, and but yeah, I also love Boris's comment of Denny Lamers riding with him, and you know, you got to remember Denny didn't start driving a GT1 car, which in SCCA these are classified as GT1 cars. Didn't start driving a GT1 car till he's 50 years of age.
Wow!
So and he jumped right in. Like, it's not like he went through you know, GT2 or anything along those lines. He jumped right in, both feet in, and made a career really out of running these TA cars, GT1 cars, and did an excellent job of it. So. You know, a wonderful shout out there from Boris to our good friend Denny and his family.
Well, if there wasn't enough drama for you, I've just heard from Ben Sissler in the pit lane. We've got big raindrops in the pit lane. So we are under caution here. You're watching the Denny Lamers 100 Tribute 100 race here in Trans Am Prom Road America. We've had a pause, a black flag, where we had a car that dropped oil. We've cleaned that up, but that is going into Canada Corner. We've just heard from pit lane from Ben Sissel that there are a few raindrops on the front straight. Doesn't look as though it's about to do a downpour anytime soon, but you can see them on the windshield there on Justin Marks' car, so he is going to be aware of that. And braking into first corner, Adam, you would look at that and go, I might just be a bit more careful next time around.
If it was really flooding the windshield, but you know, we're not losing the racetrack. You know,
Right.
It's not enough rain to what we call lose the racetrack, and you know, the track is still dry. And but I've been here at Road America where it's raining on the front straightaway, and you get to the back part of this place over by our Mission Foods turn 5 and Optima Batteries turn 8 and the carousel. And there's nothing. It's sunny skies. And that's what, if you look above us right now, Jonathan Green, it's a dark sky over pit lane, but the rest of the track has got blue sky over it. So I don't think it, like you said, I don't think it's going to dump on us, but boy, it could make things super, super interesting, and could add some drama if it did increase a little bit here on the front, because it's not going to be enough that you would change over to a wet weather tire. You're going to stay on these dry weather tires and just have to hang on until you get through the wet stuff.
The Vipers got the headlights on, and the SGT leader is Lee Saunders from Florida. He's been a long-time member of our fraternity in SGT, a former champion in SGT. Likewise, Tommy Dreesy looking for an opportunity as soon as this race starts to get past that Mercedes of Danny Lowry, the Bennett's Bridge Hall Danny Lowry prepared car, and Tommy is going to be really grinning a little bit because this race had gone away from him, but now he's got a chance to really make some hay, especially with two of his big opponents in Ruman and Pantaric. Now the drop's getting a little bit bigger, and now we're on, we're at not the mid part of the circuit, but this is a little bit further away from the front straight, so there is some rain out there for sure.
Yeah, they're coming down into the Mission Foods turn number 5 there at that point, and excuse me, that was the Optima Batteries turn 8 just before the carousel. So yeah, it's kind of showing just on that part of the track, you know, here in the front and into that area, which are kind of geographically, they're not horribly far away from each other, so it would make sense. But again, it's not enough that I feel like it's going to definitely affect any part of their grip levels, so to speak, out there on the racetrack.
Adam, we're hearing that we are going to restart on the end of this lap. Now we're going over the area that was the incident area, if you will. You can see all the dust. And
that looks like a snowstorm.
It does, doesn't it? And while the pace car's having to go through it, he's not worried about it. Justin Marks doesn't want anything to do with it.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to suck that into the carburetor or anything along those lines.
Would you take a different line on the first lap?
It might. I mean, you know, depending. You know, he didn't really test the grip level there, so depending on what kind of pressure he's under. If he's not under any pressure, yeah, I'd probably go ahead and avoid it and let the other cars run through it for the first couple laps. Lights are off in the pace car, but the windshield wipers are on.
The wipers are on, the lights are off. Wow, what drama. I love this. Adam Andretti and Jonathan Green bringing you the action as Dyson will try to dispense with Richard Grant, who's just in front of him, but he's not racing against Grant, although Grant is in TA. But we don't think that it'll take long for Dyson to get back on level terms with Justin Marks. Here we go then. We're about to get underway again. 16 of the 25 gone, but now we're racing against the clock. Away they go.
Dyson makes short work of Richard Grant there. That was second in line, and Boris is looking like he's chomping at the bit to try and put a dive here on Chris Dyson, but is going to stay and mind his manners and stay right where he is. Amy Ruman trying to get around some of that lap traffic as well, since she's got a mirror full of the blue Lucas Ford Mustang of Tommy Dreese, a nemesis of hers in the Trans Am Series in the past, and Tommy's not going to let her go, and this traffic is not going to make it easy on either of them. No, this is going to be interesting stuff. We've got a real battle on our hand, and lots of different battles as well. Under the bridge they come, down towards the King and down towards turn 5. Under racing conditions, a few droplets of rain, some dust and dirt at the back that they've got to be wary of, and Richard Grant in the 30 Corvette that we heard from. Oh, well, we saw that Justin Marks has lost the lead and is a P3 behind Boris. What happened? That's a good question. Just as they came down into the Mission Foods turn 5, I picked up on that. Chris Dyson in the lead. Boris said P2 and Justin Marks in P3. All right, let's take a look at what happened there, because that's the biggest drama of the lot. Justin Marks losing his lead. Adam. So let's take a look here, and Justin heading down into the WeatherTech turn 3. He's wide, did not get down to the apex, almost loses it on exit, leaves the door wide open for Chris Dyson, and Boris said you're going to see fly right by here in that anchor bolt and screw number 79 ECC Motorsports Dodge Challenger. So wow, I mean, this is Justin's just making his job a little bit more difficult here today as he's looking down here, and he's going to be very defensive. Wow, right through the dust and dirt. Nobody wants to run through that dirt on the braking zones, as everyone's kind of taking that inside line, but Justin's got a good run here. He's going to go around the outside. Nicely done on Boris Said, back into second place for Justin Marks, who's going to be spitting right now after that rare mistake. And Boris Said got past, but then got overtaken just on the exit to Canada Corner. Marks back in second, but it's Dyson who will lead them for the 18th lap of this 25-lap race. And we know what we knew from the beginning here, that Justin Marks has pace on the 16 of Chris Dyson, but it is a lot easier to catch somebody than it is to pass somebody. But he's going diving deep into turn 1 there. Big machine Vodka turn 1. Side by side, wide on the exit. I mean, you don't get any better than that. Justin was going to go ahead and make sure that he got that team on their feet cheering for him again, and made up for that mistake that he had previously in the WeatherTech turn 3. Great job, great driving by Justin Marks. Really gentleman stuff by both of those guys to make sure that no contact, clean through, and Justin's going to set sail, I believe, here. And heavy braking into this position, into the left-hander at 5. Justin Marks retains the lead, and now Boris Said looking at a way to get past Dyson. 3 of the most experienced Trans Am racers in the world going at it here at one of the greatest circuits. This is muscle car racing at its finest here in the US of A. Just what we came to see, and Marks putting on a show here as he goes back into the lead. Adam, let's have another look at it. Yeah, Justin was doing this at the beginning of the race, getting a good slipstream up the front straight, but at the beginning of the race he was exercising patience, wasn't diving in there. Not now, not with 7 to go. No, sir. He's going to make sure that he dives it in there and lays 11s on the way out to make sure that he holds that position. So great job, great racing by these 2 racers. We're going to watch the onboard. You can see the slipstream. He really sucks up a great draft onto the 16 Jim Weed Ford Mustang. And, I mean, deep on the brakes. That is, like, he saw Elvis before he hit those brakes, Jonathan Green. Yeah, I think he did. But, yeah, Robbins racing, as they say. But that was good, aggressive racing. And Dyson, well, he won't be happy with that. But I don't think there'll be words afterwards. This is just good, fair racing. And this is what they came to see. And this is what they came to be part of. Trans Am at its finest here. And we've got a full weekend of it. You want to stay with us here on MAV TV and on our live stream to witness the action of some of the greats. Boris Said looking for a second place here, and he's all over the back of the Jim Weed number 16.
Back with Dreesy now.
Yeah, Tommy Dreesy is actually right behind Amy Ruman now. Well, a little bit like 2.7 seconds behind.
But time to do it.
Amy Ruman, but this is going to shape up to be a pretty good battle here towards the end of the race, I believe, between Amy Ruman and Tommy Dreesy for that 4th position overall and in class. But yeah, Amy seems to have just stretched a pretty good gap and continues to stretch that gap on Tommy Dreesy. So it might be wishful thinking on my part to get that done. But again, and we got to remember too, Chris Dyson, as we saw on the black flag, suffering some heat issues inside that race car. And I'm wondering if that having some sort of effect on a little bit of the concentration and a little bit of the edge that he can bring to it as well.
Here's Lee Saunders then diving into turn 1, and Lee Saunders has been a big member of SGT now for a few years, as well as being the champion in this class, always with this Dodge Viper. He but he doesn't want to race any other car, loves the big V10 power and loves racing the Viper. It's
a well-sorted car, and he does such a great job with it. I don't blame him, right? I mean, Lee has found a home inside that Dodge Viper, and it's not like it's not a fun car to drive with a ton of horsepower and torque. It's got all those things, and this is a racetrack that the Viper was built for, right? Stretch your legs, long straightaways, good fast corners. You know, we just came from a place that really favored that Porsche of Sanders, you know, from Mid-Ohio. Mid-Ohio is really a Porsche-style track. Not a lot of places to stretch your legs, but definitely a place that's technical, and you need a car to rotate, and that's what Porsches do really well.
Now, just to explain, we've got 19 of the 25, but we race for 100 miles or when the clock ticks down to 75 minutes, and it's going to be nip and tuck as to where we are after that long break. But I've got a feeling that we won't get the full 25 in, because in my clock says just 10 minutes, which is only a few laps to go then, and therefore this battle at the front is going to be intense. Marks, Dyson and Sed, Ruman and Dreesy in their own battle. Lowry leading in the 42 in XGT, Saunders leading in SGT, and the GT is being led by Attaway at the moment, 12th overall.
And I agree with you, Jonathan. It's going to be tight, right? There's just over a 2-minute lap with 10 minutes to go and about 5 laps remaining. It's going to be a tight one on the clock, but I believe Trans Am officials are going to fight to make sure that we get this in. Barring no other cautions, I would say that if we go green to the checkered here, we should hopefully be able to squeeze this in the time frame without affecting the rest of the day's events here at Road America.
Just heard that Richard Grant has pulled in the 30 Corvette. Remember, he was just behind Justin Marks. Obviously the field getting past him quickly, but for some reason we don't know yet what that is, but Richard Grant has retired from this race. Through they come to finish another lap 20 of the 25. Marks, Dyson and Sed.
And Boris Sed is not letting Chris Dyson get away. He's just about a half a second behind, Chris Dyson, the 2-time champ, and Boris loves to be an upsetter. He loves to upset the apple cart in this series and come in for the few events that he does and take points away from the up front. And, he's done a really good job of that over the last few years, whether it be in that Weaver prepared Dodge or in this one that's prepared by ECC Motorsports. So he does that quite often, and I guarantee you he's sitting there just kind of buying his time and getting ready for an attack here with another couple laps to go.
Yeah, this is the perfect weekend for Boris Sed, because he's admitted on several occasions that he gets ultra nervous when his son's racing. He said he's never been nervous in years, and then suddenly when Junior starts to get up there in a Trans Am car, which is still very new to him, only his second season, and Boris gets very nervous, so he can put this race aside, do his own work, and then concentrate on worrying about the kid. Although he tries to stay out of the way, and being from a famous family, it's not easy when you're all racing drivers together, because you want to put your 10 cents in, but you also want to leave them alone, don't you?
Well, for sure, right? You can't be that helicopter dad, right? No. and hanging out over the whole time, because that only adds to the nerves. I was so blessed with my father Aldo, who had just tons and tons of knowledge and ability. But when it came down to it, it was private conversations that we would have. It was never something in front of anyone else or in front of a group. It was things that he would settle down and talk to me about and not hover over the job that we're doing. And I think that's always the best thing. And you see that same kind of approach of Boris Sr. And I tell you, I hear the same thing from my car owner in TA2, John Cloud. He goes, I was never nervous driving, but I'm nervous as an owner.
Yeah. So Justin Marks heading up the hill again and down towards turn 5 and 6 as we go back on board with the Trackhouse on board.
Yeah,
getting some good telemetry from the Camaro.
And this is exciting times for Trackhouse Motorsports, as you mentioned.
Oh, wow.
Their win on the Chicago streets last week in the Cup Series, just pretty much turning the world on its ear, the motorsports world on its ear for that one. And then for Justin to come out here and dominate the way he has. You know, this right here, every time Justin comes to the series in these cars and shows his ability, he also proves to the world that this is a man that would be perfectly worthy to drive his Cup Series cars.
Yep.
He didn't start the Cup Series team for his own, enjoyment of driving. And professionalism of driving. He started for the betterment of the sport.
Yeah, his partner's Pitbull.
Exactly, and brought in a wonderful partner, like you said, in a Grammy Award-winning artist, a Pitbull, and this is just shows the vision that the man Justin Marks has.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's no let-up as we take a look at Milton Grant in the 55, because Justin Marks do a 2:05.0. Chris Dyson just did his personal best time at 2:05.3. Boris said at 2:05.5. So they are absolutely on it here in the closing stages of this one as Justin Marks crosses the line again. He does a 2:04.6. He's up the pace again, and the gap now 2.8 seconds as Justin Marks is on a tear to go 4th.
Yeah, it's almost like watching Max Verstappen go for the fast lap of the race, right? Like it's one keeps one, and then they go click it off another one. And Dyson did not leave anything to spare there. He's a 2:05.2 as well, as he wants to pull a little bit more gap on board. Said the fuel lights load in the cars. The fuel load is light in the cars now, so that's definitely attributing to some of the speed that we're seeing as we watch Michael Attaway come into the Mission Foods Turn 5.
We're coming down to the closing stages of what has been a scintillating and intriguing race for lots of different reasons. We had some great racing at the start. Then we got under caution. We went to black flag. That stopped everything. Always a worry, a car going off with Ruman and Pintarik. Then there was oil down. We got going again. It looked as though Marks had it in control, but then back came Dyson. Then Marks came back at him. So we've had all sorts of action as we stand with on lap 22 of 25. Marks leads by over 2 seconds, almost 3 now, on Chris Dyson, and Boris said is hovering in that Challenger just behind.
And you would think Marks would be like kind of cruising right now, but watching him, I'm telling you, from my point of view and watching him as a driver, he is putting it all out there. He is using up every inch of road here. He is definitely deep into the braking zone, so it's not like he's out there in cruise mode. I've got this 3-second lead. I could just kind of bring this thing home. No, he's out there setting lap after lap after lap, corner after corner, hitting his marks and making sure that he is pulling away from the two-time champ, which you know is doing the same behind him. Chris Dyson's not leaving anything to spare out there either. He is definitely putting down these strong laps and not letting Justin Marks run away and hide. You know, you're always checking the mirrors. As you come out of here, Justin's going to be looking in the mirror to see if he's pulled a gap on Chris Dyson, and when he sees that he's not really pulling much of a gap as hard as he's pushing, he's going to keep pushing all the way until he sees that checkered flag fall in front of his face.
Pace slightly dropped off on that last lap. They were both in the 2:05s, but Marks maintaining that gap. I'm interested to see how the Ruman-Dreesy battle is going on, because Dreesy has reeled her in. You could see on your lap chart there to the top left that Ruman is 16.4 behind and 17.3 by Dreesy. So just 1 second between those two as Justin Marks makes his way. There is Amy Ruman.
I don't know what happened to Tommy, but he
suddenly disappeared. I set it all up, and he's gone.
I think he's more like 17 seconds behind Amy is what I think that could be that gap. But
Okay.
because it doesn't seem to be even a threat. And Amy, beautiful McNichols Chevrolet Corvette there, and Valley Automotive as well as a sponsor that they've come on.
From Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, new sponsor Mid-Ohio. So doing them proud. She's going to pull off another top 5 finish here in P4.
She's
as
creeping
long as
up
she's
the
hanging
board,
on
you know.
for the next. Yeah, she's a 2-time champ for a reason. And it's I got to tell you, and I'm not picking here on the Corvette. The Corvette, if you look at it, it's a lot less body. There's a lot less surface area for the air to stick to. So she's out there already at a downforce misadvantage. So what she does with this Corvette and the way she makes it get around these Trans Am circuits and here at Road America it's pretty incredible. And my hat's off to Amy and her driving abilities and what she's able to do there. And as we mentioned at Mid-Ohio, that's an old Rocket Sports car. That's probably one of the older chassis in this field, and she always holds a pretty wheel and makes that thing go forward and to the front.
Well, it's going to be a big weekend for Amy Ruman and the Ruman family, because Amy started the weekend in 5th position on 467, Pintarik on 478, and Dreesy in 3rd on 493. So she's going to close dramatically on Dreesy for 3rd overall and get past Pintarik with him out of the race. So a big weekend for the Ruman family.
And we got a white flag out for Justin Marks. So he's got one more circulation around this 4+ mile circuit to bring this thing home to not only his Trackhouse gang down there in Tennessee, but more importantly here, the Showtime Motorsports crew sitting right here in this paddock. As my dad always said, your biggest race fans, your biggest fans are the ones that are working on these cars. And Boris said another beautiful performance by him. He's going to come here, looks like coming home in P3 as the top two just went ahead and broke away from him here at the end. So I'm wondering if he under had some maybe tire degradation issues, whatever the case may be, but he definitely backed off quite a bit to lose about 10 seconds, because he was right in the thick of that fight all the way up until like the last lap or two. And Chris Dyson has lost touch as well with Justin Marks, as Justin that last lap when he came to the white flag, Justin just busted off a 204.2.
Wow.
So he's like I said, he's not like laying down with this. He's out there to set these laps and to prove he's worthy, and he certainly is.
It's been a great performance by Justin Marks, as he's going to make his way to yet another victory in Trans Am. And what a purple patch for he and his Trackhouse race team. They went to the streets of Chicago in NASCAR just a week ago and won with Shane Van Gisbergen of New Zealand, the 3-time Australian V8 champion. A big surprise, really, in many ways for Shane and the Trackhouse team. But now Justin has put himself behind the wheel again here in Trans Am, and he's going to do it again, beating our current champion Dyson in style. You can see the gap from above as they dive in to the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner for the final time. He'll poke his head around out of those forests and come into 12, 13, and finally 14 to what should be a great round of applause from his team. And Dyson has done everything he can do, but there's not much he can do more now than to follow in the Jim Weed number 16 home. And Justin Marks coming up the hill to take the checkered flag, and Justin Marks wins magnanimously again for Marks in Road America. Another win for Marks. He started 6th in the championship coming into this round. He's going to move up the board again, as will Amy Ruman. Dyson takes 2nd place, and Boris said does take 3rd. Amy Ruman holds off Dreesy for 4th. Dreesy goes up to 5th, having started further back than he wanted to. Lowry wins in XGT, and Lee Saunders wins in SGT. Michael Attaway wins in GT. Well done to Justin Marks. Good result.
What a beautiful tribute to Denny Lamers in this Tribute 100. Class act, another great philanthropist. A man that Denny would have been proud to know in Justin Marks taking the win here, because just in the little time I've gotten to know Justin, his philanthropic efforts, the way he cares for racers, what he's doing with that Project 91 that you just mentioned, with the win last week. This man really exemplifies everything that Denny Lamers was about. So I think it's a beautiful tribute, and I know that Denny would be smiling down on this, and Jan, his wife, and his family all down there are smiling on exactly what happened here today. But a wonderful, wonderful day, wonderful race by all these competitors. Again, just a great job by the Trans Am Series, and a big shout out to them for the deal, putting on this program here.
Well done to Danny Lowry, finishing 6th overall and winning in XGT as well for the Bridge Hall Bennett team in that beautifully prepared Mercedes. I'd love to go a ride in that one day.
I love that car.
I know, isn't it gorgeous?
That is such a special car, and I sit there and I drool over that car about every weekend that we're at the Trans Am paddock. But yeah, it's all eyes are on this man and the job that he did here today. Congratulations, Justin Marks. Chris Dyson, Boris said, you three up front did a phenomenal job. And
all right, well, there's plenty of highlights to talk about. Let's take a look, first of all, at the TA highlights. as we got underway, Justin Marks with the pole position and held the middle of the track to hold off both Boris Said, who almost bumped into him, braking very late indeed. But there was trouble further back, Dreesy going off. Also, Cary Grant having a crash at turn 1. So plenty of action. Justin Marks, though, and Chris Dyson. Dyson going through at 3 when Marks made a slight problem, but Marks was right back on it very quickly. Just on the exit to Canada Corner, back came Marks, and it was great to see these two going at it very closely indeed. Finally, a little bit of hounding by Marks allowed here. That was the big moment. Pitaric coming together with his arch rival, Amy Ruman. They got back out on track. Another mistake by Marks allows Dyson through again, but again he comes back. So it was real to and fro between these two. Just what we wanted to see. Plenty of racing, but it is the man of the moment, Justin Marks, who takes the checkered flag.
That was a lot of highlights.
Yeah. Well, we always do the cool move, and, well, I don't think there's any question here. The cool move of the day.
I think I know what it is.
Yes, this week's Cool Shirt Systems cool move of the race, Justin Marks, to basically keep himself in contention. Here he is going past Boris Said, and he did several really good moves. This one here at turn 1 on Chris Dyson to take the lead. That the most aggressive of all the moves, but no question, he deserves that cool shirt today on several excellent overtakes on two of the most experienced drivers in Trans Am. Never easy to do on cars that powerful.
Yeah, he went from 3rd to 1st in like a span of 3 corners. And those cool shirt awards are so neat. I mean, it shows
you
that
got one last week.
I did, and I tell you, I take a lot of pride in it because it shows that you put on the show. So I want to give a shout out to the family, back in the Poconos, enjoying it. My nephews, Dylan, Casey, and Jace, they're the future. We're going to see them in race cars here soon one day. And
I'll say hello Mario to the present. He's still going strong.
There you go. But this guy right here, congratulations, Justin Marks. Awesome job. And thank you to Trans Am, Tony Pirelli Motorsports Holding, Greenlight TV, all the group here, because it's amazing to be a part of this series. Thank you.
Well, there you go. The Motopole stickers on the car, and there is the applause for Justin Marks. Another win, and this Trackhouse team, which basically is one of the younger NASCAR teams, only started a few years ago, but they have gone from strength to strength under the leadership and tutelage of this man and his partner Pitbull. And in a moment, we'll get Ben down there to talk to him about that race, which was, no question about it, pretty interesting. A lot going on and a lot to concentrate on, given a black flag situation.
And the support there of his lovely wife, and it's just cool. That's what I love about our sport. It's so family oriented, and everyone comes and enjoys it, loves it, and it's just a beautiful thing to see. And you bring your motorhomes here, and Ken Twaits, the owner of Showtime Motorsports, his wife Shelly. They're here in their motorhome and just enjoying all this stuff.
Well, you can see the helmets off. Let's head down to Ben Sissel to talk to our winner, Justin Marks.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Here I am, winner's circle, Justin Marks. We talked before the race. You've been racing here since 2001. Never been on the podium. World Challenge, IMSA. And now, like we said in the grid walk, if you're going to be on the podium, you might as well be on the top step. What a performance.
Thank you. It was not without some drama, that's for sure. I got to do a little bit of a better job firing off on these cars on the starts and restarts. Chris got by me at the start and then just kind of pressured him into making a mistake. And then on that restart, man, I almost went around, and he got by me and Boris got by me. And I know that time was ticking away, so I had to get aggressive at that point. Got by Boris quick, and then just had to put a big move on Chris, and he raced me super clean, so kudos to him. And then just drove away. Awesome race car, super fast. Great to be here in Victory Lane, Road America. One of my top 3 favorite racetracks. Great fans, great part of the country, so it's all good.
Now, coming into Canada Corner on that restart behind Boris, it was low visibility. Did you know that you had it?
No, I mean, coming into Canada Corner, for the first couple of laps, we all were kind of running offline because of all the speedy dry that was down there, and really I got by Boris really just because it was he just made a little bit of a mistake, and I was able to clear him off here. No. And then Boris, Boris and I know each other for so long. We've done so much racing together. He's a super hard racer. You got to work really hard to get by him. but we just had a good car. So then just after that, set the sights on Chris. Had to make a move quick because I didn't want to keep following people through that speedy dry. It's nice when there's no one in front of you. So that was it.
Nice. Now I don't know if you guys caught that, but you usually don't have to wear an athletic cup when you race in Trans Am. But I guess when you race with Boris Said, you do.
I've been racing with Boris in 17 years. I can see that coming from a mile away.
That's amazing, Justin Marks. Let's come over here, Boris Said. Then you got to talk here. How about Boris Said back at Road America, ladies and gentlemen? That is pretty cool. So, Boris, this got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, these guys at ECC gave me a great car, and it was a close battle for a while. I think we didn't have that black flag. I think, Chris's tires were going away, but when he got the chance to cool them down, that gave him a little advantage on us. I was really going to go for it, but with all that speedy dry going down, look, he's so young and tired. I'm 60. But anyway, going down in the Canada corner, it was really tough with the speedy dry. But it was still a good fun race. We kept him honest, and we knew it was there. And this is just a great place to come race. And can't stop thinking about Denny Lamers. He was a fixture here every Trans Am race since I started racing here in 1993 in Trans Am, and he was a great guy. So I was hoping he'd be riding with me and getting me to pass those guys, but I don't know. I guess he was busy upstairs watching.
Nice. Boris Said, ladies and gentlemen. Let me try to come over here and find Chris Dyson. Okay, yeah. I see him. I'm going to have to send it. Actually, I heard I've got to send it back up to the booth. That will do it here for me. I'm about to get started with this great celebration here at the Jim Weed Victory Lane. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
Well, the celebrations will continue, I'm sure. Plenty to talk about, as Justin quite rightly pointed out. It really was.
Yeah, sorry, I never know
pretty
what you
impressive
want
stuff
on the house.
It was
or the
highlights
live
not
stream.
only in TA.
Well, no, because he was when I started, the announcer was still announcing. That's okay. And
let's take a look at some of the highlights then from the GT class, because of course they were racing in their whole lot of racing. Josh Carlson, new to the sport, but going well. Cary Grant, sadly, ending early. He went off at turn one, a big nasty crash for him. Likewise, though, Lee Saunders in great form in the Viper, the number 84, leading and winning in SGT. XGT went to Danny Lowry, no surprise there. Danny has been hot all year long and does it again here at Road America. Milton Grant will follow him home in the 55, so the Grants did have something to cheer about. Richard Grant pulling off, Mike Appleway finishing in the Bennett sponsored number 91, the Audi. So great racing throughout. Danny Lowry wins again in XGT. So then, that concludes our coverage. Thanks, our coverage on MAV TV. We'll be with you again. Highlights, remember, on Thursday nights, always a good night for Trans Am. That's MAV TV's night of Trans Am, and there you can see it. It starts Thursday, July 13, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's the TA2 race, which is, of course, happening tomorrow, and that's followed by TA, XGT, SGT, all the highlights of GT as well, all that on 9 p.m. Eastern. Great coverage. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage on MAV TV. Stay with us on the live stream. Until next time, goodbye for now. Moving right along, as they say. As you can see, the car's on track for the next race coming up. And that is going to be a little bit of single-seater action from the Formula Race Promotions. So these are the youngsters, not all of them youngsters, but a lot of youngsters who are in action in this championship, which promotes itself as the East Coast Premier body for Formula car racing. Highly competitive Formula 1600s, F2000, and Formula Atlantic racing. And a few Formula Fords out there. But as you can see, they are out on track. And they're going to be worried about that dirt and dust down, that speed dry or whatever it's actually officially called from the previous race. And so they'll be wary of that, especially in a single-seater. But we'll see how they deal with that, for sure. But going through Canada Corner, you can see from high above. No rain coming down at the moment, but the clouds still, as you can see from the drone, up there in the air, and possibly, depending on which way the wind changes, We might get a few spots of rain, but I don't think it's actually going to rain. There certainly wasn't forecast. So we get ready. And at the moment, this field for the first grid is going to be Jimmy Simpson leading the way in a Swift 206. So we've got different chassis and different makes of car. We've got the Atlantic class that leads the way. We've also got NAF 1000s and a few F2000s out there. So several different makes of car here in the Formula Race Promotions series. Green flag waves and away we go then for the Atlantic F1000 and F2000 feature race 1. Down to the first corner they come. Jimmy Simpson in the all-orange leading the way. And a good clean start as they dive into turn 1 for the first time. A couple going slightly wide, but Simpson's got it. Takes the whole shot for the Cahill Motorsports LLC team. Jostling for position. Nice move there. On the 66, that was, I think, the 39 of Nathan Bird. Busy weekend for Nathan. He's already been in action already this weekend in IGT, and now he's doing some single-seaters as well. And in the few weekends that I've been watching him, he's also done Trans Am. Into turn 5 for the first time they come. Settling it down then as we get underway. And the field already spreading out. What a great shot. You can see where the youngsters who want to be following in these footsteps as they see the karts on the one side, and then they can see where they want to be in a few years' time in the big boys on the big circuit going through the carousel. And the field big time spreading out. Good battle for second and third. From above, you really get an idea of just how close they are and how quickly Jimmy Simpson has pulled away at the front. So we've got a good battle on between Keith and David Grant and Chip Roma. And they come into the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner. Still avoiding that dust and dirt for now, slightly taking a different line. You usually take that kink to more the left-hand side, but quite rightly they're avoiding it because you don't want to lock up your tyres. As through comes Keith Grant. Another one of the Grant family, I may add. So the Grant's in big evidence, as always, here. And across the line comes Jimmy Simpson in the 2006 Swift 16. And look at this, side-by-side action here between these two. He thinks better of it as they go into turn 1. And it was Keith Grant there in third place, just making a move, but didn't quite pull it off. And now can he build down towards turn 5, the next obvious place. And he is ready in that Mazda Hoosier Polestar black and yellow Swift. The Mazda engine in the back. These are all Formula Atlantics at the front. We'll go through as we get into this race on some of the other cars that are involved in the action. There's the 71 of Chip Roma in another 2006 Swift. Easy for you to say. In the One Motorsports Michelob Ultra car. And somebody pulling off. Yeah, that's the 40. Nice work from our cameraman. Sadly, Keith Grant going on at 5, and that is one of the places you can take the runoff and actually come back into the pits from there. So he's either missed his braking point or he's got a problem, but either way, he's out of this race as the leaders now go through the carousel. And this race starting to settle down now, and Jimmy Simpson in full control here in the first of 3 races for these drivers. David Grant now taking up second place, Keith Grant dropping down, Roma, Fleck, Austin Hill, we've seen him a few times this year, Richard Zoba, Nathan Bird in 8th place now, Steve Hamilton in 9th, and Kirk Kinsfater in 10th position, Jim Booth in 11th, Bruce Hamilton 12th, Bob Corliss in 13th position, Robert Wright, there's 2 Robert Wrights, but the first of the Robert Wrights, in different cars obviously, and they're very different people I may add, but Robert Wright is one of the organisers of the championship. He's a little further down, down in the 90 in an F2000. He is running away down in, 20th position, just ahead of Witzenhoff. But there you see it, Simpson, Grant and Roma. That's your top three at the moment. Long way to go in this race as they start to spread out. Richard Zobar in the all green and black just behind this car, the number 8 of Austin Hill. Hill making a slight mistake, and Zobar's going to pounce if he can here. And he's going to look up the inside at 3. Ooh, didn't quite make it there, and Hill breathes a sigh of relief. But as they battle, the man behind is also getting involved. Great place to go single-seater racing here as they come down towards turn 5 again. And again, the 66 of Zobar looks to the inside, but now coming into view for the first time is the 39 of Nathan Bird. So Bird has moved up the board. Surprised me then because he was down in 9th a moment ago, but now up to 7th in that number 39, the all red. And Nathan Bird pedaling that NAF 1000 for Arrive and Drive Motorsports, and that's the beauty. Nathan Bird just jumping in the seat, arriving and driving and doing very well. You can see from above, he's right there as they come under the bridge now and into the carousel again. So Bird on the move in 5th and all over the back of Zobar. Simpson, meanwhile, is well up the field. He's got big attention, though, from the 29 of David Grant in 2nd place. Keith Grant did go off at turn 5 and is out of the reckoning. But this is the battle we're concentrating on, and well, we should, between Roma, Zobar and Bird. Fleck in 6th place, Hill, Hamilton, Kinsvater in 9th, and the 06 of Hamilton in 10th position. That's Steve Hamilton. So we've got 2 Hamiltons and 2 Wrights out there, but that doesn't make it right. There's Nathan Bird, and that number 39, and he has been all over the back of that car. They look a mismatch, don't they? Much bigger car, but Nathan Bird in the red and white Arrive and Drive Motorsport Tillerson Signing Day Sports. Bird sponsored red and white of the 2012 JDR. Bird qualified 6th with a time of 2:04.7, so he was quite some pace off the leaders. But he's certainly in the race on his mettle at the moment, Nathan Bird. He's already been out in action in the IGT, and he'll be out in again very soon indeed. He's got a 1 race rest before the IGTs come out for their 2nd race of the day later today. So that'll be interesting to watch. Still, no position so far for Richard Zobar to get past in that Swift Mazda prepared car for Zobar Industries. And this 3-way battle continues. You're not missing anything at the front. The Cahill Motorsports car of the Atlantic of Jimmy Simpson still out front and leading by half a second just over. Nathan Bird still looking for a way past, but he hasn't found one just yet on Zobar. But now he's looking around the outside of the carousel. He's got great drive here from the drone. We get to see it. And now his next opportunity is at the kink. But this is a great 3-way battle. Here is the kink. Next opportunity to overtake is here down the straight. Good defensive driving from Zobar. Down towards Canada Corner, the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada Corner. Here it is. And still, they can't get past. This is great racing. Nathan Bird trying everything in his power to get past, but it's just not happened yet. Certainly there's time yet. There's some 15 minutes to go in this race. Now, there's been a mistake because the 8th has dropped down to the 3rd of this battle of 3. So Hill losing out there, Austin Hill losing out there, and Zobar picking it up. And Bird's gone with him. So a change at the group change of this one as Zobar goes up to 5th. Coming back is Austin Hill down the straight and into turn 1. He's made up 1 place. Can he make up 2? Austin Hill recovering well. We missed what happened, but it must have been at maybe turn 13. But he's got Bird anyway as they dive into 3. Nathan Bird tucking himself, getting a good draft here. And that may be where his advantage is here, is to use the long straights here at Road America to tuck himself up behind the bigger cars and just get a nice little draft down into turn 5. Not close enough this time to make an overtake. Simpson extending it by only a 10th over Grant. David Grant in second place. And then a little further back from Bird is this man in the number 17. And then the 32 of Kinsvater. Kinsvater starting all the way down in 16th position in the open class for Formula Atlantic in a 2002 Swift for Cahill Motorsports, and it's of course Cahill leading the way with Jimmy Simpson. Yeah, this is a championship that has seen the likes of Connor Daly and many others starting their careers here. A great option for single-seater racing. It's not always easy to join the big leagues on the road to Indy or in FIA, FR or Formula 4. So this an option, a slightly shorter season. And they've already been to several major tracks, and we've seen them last time out, I think, at Road Atlanta. And we'll see more of them here this weekend. And they've got one more round to go after this. So a shortened season of F1600s, F2000s, and like I said, the Atlantic Championship. And Formula Atlantic used to be, before the other series came to be, the big series on the way on the road to Indy. Formula Atlantic was the likes of Jack Villeneuve and many others who cut their teeth in this single-seater racing back in the day. Simpson extending his lead by just under a second. It's 0.8 now, so he's just edging away from Grant. As we look a little further down some of the other races, that's the 93 of Steve Hamilton. Like I said, 2 Hamiltons involved in this race. Steve Hamilton in 9th position in another NAF or NAF 1000 from 2020, that car. We've got cars from about 1995 all the way through to 2020. So we've got quite a smorgasbord of different cars, but all equally matched. In fact, the 2 Hamiltons, the 06 and the 93, together on track now. But Jimmy Simpson still leading the race from David Grant. Roma still third, and then it's Fleck, Zoba, Bird, Hill. That battle continues between the 3 of them for 5th place overall. Kinsvater just behind in 8th position, then the 2 Hamiltons, then Booth, Corliss, Ruggiero in 13th position, Valakins in 14th, and Madonna in 15th at the moment. Atlantic F2000, F1000, race 1 of 3 of the weekend. And we'll be covering the action from their races tomorrow on our live stream, so join us for that. We're not expecting any rain, but see, the dark clouds have formed above the Road America track. Newly repaved, and we've been getting some lap records for the new track repaving, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get the same here in this particular championship. I'm not sure if they've raced here before, but certainly the time's dropping with this new surface. A lot more grip and a lot smoother, everybody's saying, and that really does suit the single-seaters, because what you don't see from the outside, and I have at least driven, not raced, one of these single-seaters, and it all looks very smooth from the outside, but it certainly isn't once you get in one of these things, because they make the suspension as tight as possible. It's all made to be a rocket. It's meant to go as fast as it possibly can, and there's no comfort built in, for sure. You rattle your teeth at all times, and it's a tough ride, I can assure you. Across the line comes Bob Corliss in the 17th, the orange and white. Corliss 12th overall for the Alliance Racing team. Coming down towards turn 3. Just touching the grass there. He's got to be careful. It's easy to go off. It's so easy to... The cars are very twitchy. Corliss 12th overall and chasing down Booth if he can, but he's quite some way off him. And Simpson's now extended his lead to over a second. It's 1.3 seconds. As we take a look at the 84 of Ruggiero. Peter Ruggiero in the Cahill Motorsports car. They lead the race with Simpson. And he's in his good battle here. You see the Cahill on the side. And this would be the perfect learning circuit, I would have thought, because the comfortability of the width and length of this circuit makes it a lot easier for these small single-seaters to get overtakes done and to find your position on the track. Back up the hill and under the bridge one more time towards turn 6. Heading towards that carousel again. Oh, an overtake there at the bridge. Nicely done. Nathan Bird up to 6th place. That battle between he, Zoba, and Hill continues. Bird's got Hill again, and up to 6 he goes. Simpson and Grant, that gap has come down again. It was 1.3. It's now down to less than a second. And the clock ticking down now. Just a few laps to go in the first race of the day for these Formula Atlantic F2000 and F1000 cars, all run by Formula Race Promotions. Now, this championship was formed in 2006 and is sanctioned by the SCA Pro Racing and holds events at some of the East Coast's most exciting and prestigious circuits. So this counts as a sort of East Coast circuit. They have been to the West Coast, but they tend to stick to the East. And we'll see the 1600s in action as well tomorrow, the famous Formula Fords 1600s. But today, it's the chance of the F2000s and the Atlantics to stretch their legs. It's been a long weekend for them, and luckily the weather has stayed off. The rain that we've had has been overnight, and so most of the track time has been dry and clean. No change in that battle between Corliss and Ruggiero in 13th position. Through at the 84 behind him. Varadkar in 14th position. And now the gap's gone up considerably. Simpson or Grant have, I think Grant's made a mistake, because the gap now for the leaders is up to 3.3 seconds. And before that, it was down to less than a second. And through goes the 71. Chip Romer in 3rd position in that number 71 for One Motorsports. So yeah, I think David Grant must have made some sort of mistake, because, like I said, the gap is 3.3 seconds now. We saw a glimpse of Romer in 3rd in the 71, but he's way off that battle. He's some 10 seconds off that battle, or 13 actually overall now. But it might have changed just a little bit with Grant having that problem. Hardly seen Jimmy Simpson, but he leapt into the lead, and he's done his fastest lap a moment ago on lap 8, a 1:59.5, and that's fast, very fast around this Road America track. But like I said, lap time's dropping with this new surface, so well done to Jimmy Simpson. Six minutes to go then, and with almost 2 minutes a lap, it's just a couple of laps to go then for Jimmy Simpson on his way to victory. Dudley Fleck, first look at him in 4th position. He's another one of the Atlantic cars for Cahill Racing. Through comes the 6 of Bruce Hamilton. So it is Bruce Hamilton in the 6 and Steve Hamilton in the 93 as we take a look at the 33. And that is Charles Livingston. So he's, in fact, Charles Livingston all the way down in 25th. So he's actually a lap behind some of the competitors we were watching at the moment. There he is. No change at the front. Another good 1:59.4 from Jimmy Simpson. and just maintaining that lead for now. Ooh, heavy braking by the 33 there. Through comes the 122, just behind that's Hunter Tateman in the 122. That's an interesting car, the Tateman Motorsports car. Time running out then for those trying to chase Jimmy Simpson, who's put on a show here. In fact, most of the guys chasing are starting to put in their fastest laps in the closing stages. We've got a truck on track at the moment, but they're not going to close this down at the moment. But I think must be somebody broken down, as we do have a retrieval truck on track. There's your leader, Jimmy Simpson in the 21, leading the way in the Atlantic class. And he really hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Been a good display from pole position. He did a 1:59.7 in qualifying. Now Cahill Motorsports on their way to victory. Keep an eye out for the white flag, which should be coming up fairly shortly. And let's hope they get that stuck car out of the way. Simpson diving into turn 5. Nicely smooth wheel. Makes it look easy, doesn't he? And he's got a significant 2.7 second lead now. And that's come down a little bit. Grant has made up a little bit of time as we go back to the 66 of Zoba, still in 5th, holding off Bird and Hill. But that battle has now dissipated. And Zoba out there on his own in the all green and black. Zoba going through and down towards turn 3. Well, Grant is actually making some inways in the closing stages of this one. Zoba's not going to catch Roma, though, in the 71, or Fleck in 3rd. Grant, though, may just make one last effort at closing the gap, and you never know. This is when mistakes can happen. People are tired and they're in traffic, and things could go wrong. And we're seeing the white flag being prepared and being waved to our leader. There he is. So, last lap then for Jimmy Simpson. David Grant taking the white flag as well. And the gap has come down to 2.4 seconds now. So, Grant in that number 29, there you see him, looking to try to close that gap in this final lap. Sadly, Keith Grant going off earlier, but it's the Polestar Motor Racing car. There it is, with the Mazda engine in 2nd place, taking the gap down to 2.4 seconds as they come under the Cheese People Bridge on the final lap. Now, like I said, you've got to deal with the traffic here in the closing stages, and you can see it slowing Simpson down. He thought about an overtake there, but thought better of it. That's only going to play into the hands of Grant. He's done it now, but look at the difference. Grant is coming and coming quick, and he might have a position here to overtake some of the traffic himself, and now we'll see it from above. Grant in the all-white, and he's going to make short shift of the traffic and does get past it nicely before the left-hander, but then makes a mistake. So he was pushing on. In 2nd place was David Grant, and that mistake has pretty much put paid any hopes he had of catching Simpson, who comes out of the carousel for the final time. Heading towards the kink. Still got some traffic to deal with, but this has been an excellent display of racing. His fastest lap at 1:59.1. Jimmy Simpson on his way home. Just the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner to take. It's the final lap of this Formula Atlantic F2000, F1000 race. We'll also see the 1600s in action tomorrow as well. But the white flag has been prepared, but now it's time for the checkered flag as Jimmy Simpson does it, and does it not by a country mile, but does it well, ahead of David Grant in 2nd place. Jimmy Simpson wins and celebrates in the all-orange 21. David Grant is second in the 29, and Dudley Fleck, who we didn't see much of, but did a good job in third position there. And Chip Romer in fourth. Richard Zober won that battle between himself, Bird, and Hill. And Nathan Bird finishes second. Austin Hill seventh. Kidsvater eighth. Bruce Hamilton ninth. And Steve Hamilton in 10th. That's the top 10 in our coverage of the first single-seaters of the day. We'll take a short break from Road America, and we'll go back with more action from the Speed Tour after this.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour and our coverage from Road America. It's become a bit of an overcast day in the last hour or so, but we get ready for our first PSSA, which is the first season with the Tony Pirelli Holdings Group. Welcome the cars to the track as they start the second half of the Prototype Sprint Series Association Series by Hankook.
Look at how cool these cars
Very
look.
cool.
You can see these revolutions up front. And then that car that just seems a little bit narrower is the Radical SR10. And then we've got some, I'm not sure, maybe the people on the comments can tell us, is it Sebeco NPO1s right there, and that number 94 of Alex Bachura. But just
Sebeco, yeah.
Really cool field of cars. And so Radical started, and they became, I guess, the biggest manufacturer of race cars in America. Then the person that started Radical broke off and designed the Revolutions. And how cool is this new PSSA?
America loves a revolution now and again.
Yeah.
And I can say that.
Oh, yeah, after the July 4th weekend here at Road America.
But yes, this is basically the newest Series 2, the Fold for Tony Pirelli, which now includes, obviously, FR, Formula Regional, Formula 4, Trans Am, SVRA. So it's growing.
International GT.
The International GT, yes.
And we'll see them later. But
and the Atlantics, and we just saw in action there, and the F-16s.
Let's go through this.
So
in that first number 32, and a lot of these drivers were with us at Atlanta, our first race, and we were able to broadcast their second race of the weekend. Look at that. That is a beautiful car. That's Alex Bachura in the back. And Alex, I hope you give us the phonetic spelling of your name. But starting at first, number 32, Palmer Miller in a Revolution 500 SC. And the number 500 is Judd Miller in a Revolution 500 SC. Jim Booth is the first Radical SR10 in the number 63. Number 95, Zach Mosley, Revolution A1 500 SC. Paul LaHaye in a Ligier LMP3, our first LMP3 in PSSA this season. Nathan Duckles, a Revolution A1 500 SC. Mark Russell, a Revolution 500. Mark Calzaretta, Sebeco NPO1, and Alex Bachura in a Sebeco NPO1. And Jonathan, I know you've done your due diligence. You've done some research into these cars. Tell us a little bit about these cars.
Well, like you say, they are very modern, very high spec, and the Radical, over 3,000 made in, currently in America. But this has captured the imagination. These are easy to run, not easy to drive, but I say that with a sort of caveat of easier than perhaps a single-seater because they are a lot more twitchy, whereas these guys are a lot more planted, and I think you can learn quicker to become a good racing driver in one of these cars, which is why I think this will grow and why Radical and now Revolution will continue to grow. And we've got quite a few different cars out there. And it also attracts guys with either, a willingness not to spend a fortune, or guys who are up and coming and are looking for an opportunity to make their name. So it kind of attracts a smorgasbord of different kinds of racing drivers.
Yep.
But you've got experience out there, which the youngsters can learn from. You can see it's a small field. So, it really doesn't become an intimidating situation. If I were to go racing, I would perhaps choose something like this because I think, it wouldn't be that hard to get your head around it.
These fields are going to be growing, and they're growing every time we have them out. But also, I got to speak to the reliability of all of these cars, but also the parts availability. That was the beauty of Radical and Revolution, is they've got a great network of dealerships that can give you all these parts. Even though these cars look so cool, the parts are plentiful and they're inexpensive, and a great way to go out there and race competitively without having to worry about being an engineer yourself.
Yep, and we've got drivers from 3 different countries and 7 different states from the USA all partaking, so it's nice variety as they get line astern and 2x2 ready for the green flag, which names now, and away we go then for our first PSSA Feature Race 1, side by side, and in fact a quick look across by the 32 to see where the competition is. I'd look forward if I were you, mate. But away goes Palmer Miller into the lead, Judd. Miller in second place in the 500. And now it's side-by-side action as once again it looks like Judd's going to lose another spot for second place. Through goes the 86 of Paul LaHaye in the all green and black.
Jim Booth made a pass there. Jim Booth now over Judd Miller through WeatherTech turn 3 as they come into Mission Foods turn 5. Already some action up front.
Also got the Ligier LMP3 out there.
And the 500 takes it back. So
nice.
Judd Miller back on Jim Booth. Look at this race between the Radical Revolution.
Yeah. And the beauty of it is these are state-of-the-art racing cars. That's the point. And so, you know, all the technology involved is packed in there, especially into the new Revolutions. And just a beautiful car to look at, to be honest.
As they come around the carousel, you can really see good shots. Coming around the carousel, it's really who has their car set up the best, because that is a high G load, hard on the left front tires. Now as they come into the kink, great shots here. You can see how narrow that kink is. A high-speed blind corner, right turn, as it looks like Judd Miller back in second place, followed by Jim Booth, the only Radical in this field.
Yeah, you know, just looking at the Revolution 500s, I mean, you know, give you some idea there. The brake horsepower is over 500 brake horsepower. Obviously, they've got great aero and big torque with a weight of some 835 kilograms and then a top speed of, 285 k's. So they're fast. They're lightweight and fast and stick to the ground.
Now, anybody watching on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, if you could convert those measurements for us of how much that weight is.
I'm only commentating to the European side of all this.
I don't know what all that means, but there's that LMP3. It's so cool to see these LMP3s, and now with what's going on with IMSA, we expect to see more LMP3s going with us, and it looks like those Sebecos are having a great battle amongst themselves back there as they come through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1.
I know, they're like mini IMSAs, aren't they? Great cars. So it's the Millers out front. Then Booth, Mosley, LaHaye in the top 5. In this, the Prototype Sprint Series Association Race 1, as they start the second half of their season. And like you say, we saw them at Road Atlanta, and they've also been to Charlotte. They've also done a West Coast run.
Yeah. Now, I'm hoping our camera guy gets a close-up of the number 17, the blue car, coming with the lights on. The first blue car, it looks like it's got octopus tentacles on its wrap. Are those octopus
Yeah, they
tentacles?
are, aren't they? Oh, that's great.
How cool is that?
I've never seen that before.
Maybe my new favorite car here this weekend.
There you go.
That is a Sebeco NP01 of Mark Calzaretta.
So you've got Radical, Ligier, Revolution, Wolf prototype race cars, all part of this. And obviously, in terms of where they go all to with under the sort of tutelage, if you will, of Tony Pirelli, to some of the greatest circuits in America. So a great championship to be involved in. Just starting out, so if you like what you'll see, champion will receive $10,000 in prize money and several product awards, so it's worth getting involved.
Yeah, I think we have Revolution as one of the manufacturers that's kind of come on board to help out with this championship and looking for more. I believe Radical might come on board with helping out. And while we were at Road Atlanta, one of the manufacturers was approaching our Trans Am champion, Rafa Matos, to become a Brazilian dealer. I'm not sure if that ever happened.
I reckon Rafa would jump at that.
Yeah, they're making dealerships everywhere. I saw a press release a couple months ago that Graham Rahal is the Indianapolis dealer for Revolution or Radical, I believe. So it's really cool. But there's our leader, the number 32, Palmer Miller. And a beautiful car. And with that American flag and the American flag helmet here at Road America, it's all pretty fitting. So he comes down the hill into WeatherTech Raceway turn 3, or WeatherTech turn 3. They were with us at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca just a few months ago. They do have a design that looks something out of a sci-fi 50 years in the future, don't they?
Certainly do, and I think this is what you're going to see in the future. I mean, we've seen it at Le Mans, and we've seen it in IMSA. This kind of car, especially with the, with the full glass top, You're going to see more and more of these, and they've been around for a while, obviously, but I think this more price point cars and able to go racing straight out of the box sort of thing, and the fact that there's so many of these kinds of cars around the country is where the future is in many ways.
Yeah, one of the things that we talk about with vintage racing, because this is kind of a part of the SVRA, is it's so hard sometimes to find the parts or to rebuild the engines. And these engines in these cars are so reliable, they'll go forever. They're not that expensive to replace, so it's a really good price point for getting into racing, to race in a competitive field, and you don't have to be an aerospace engineer to understand how these cars are made and how to make them go faster.
Yeah, I was just looking. Ron Fletcher, it was, who did a great job in San Diego, or the native of San Diego, on the West Coast suite that they had. And then Francis Hu also had a good run as well. Captured victory at the WeatherTake Laguna Seca race. So several different entries or entrants for this championship as we go from coast to coast. Line again comes the number 32 of Palmer Miller, and his best lap so far at 2:07.5. There's your second place man. Yeah. Judd Miller in the 500. I love that color scheme. That's great.
But you can see that revolution just pokes a smaller hole in the air. Yep. Or I'm sorry, the radicals, just a little bit narrower than the revolutions. And we'll see if Jim Booth is able to catch up there, as I love the lines on these revolutions.
Yeah, nothing much in terms of lap time between second, third, and fourth, although Palmer in front just at a 2:07.5. So he is definitely a class above at the moment anyway in that black, red, and blue Revolution 500 SC.
They really stick to the ground coming into from their highest speed to their lowest speed around Mission Foods turn 5, back hard onto the gas, then hard onto the brakes through turn 6. Really affects the balance of these cars.
Perfect circuit, though, especially with the repave, smoothness of it, and they'll be enjoying this, I'm sure.
Yeah, they just seem so well balanced on Road America.
Well, like I said, I mean, compared to what we were watching a moment ago with the Trans Am, which are beasts, you wouldn't let somebody inexperienced who doesn't know what they're doing with a race car have that kind of horsepower and none of the gizmos that help you to get a smooth ride. Trans Am, quite a different approach to racing than this is. This is far more in terms of the sort of essence, ancestry, if you like, more like a single-seater car in terms of how it handles, but it's much more forgiving than the twitchier single-seater.
Oh, Boy from New York is saying that 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
There you go.
We can always count on him for some good info, so thank you, Boy from New York. But I'm still not mathletic enough to be able to put that together and figure out how much that weight was.
Mathletic, I like that.
Yeah. There's another red, white,
You've got to do your mathematical calisthenics then.
Yeah. And this is, I'm getting some comments that this is kind of like the sports racers and SCCA back in the day.
Yeah.
Or like, it's like or the Can-Am class from back in the day. It's kind of like a combination of that.
It's like mini Can-Ams, aren't they? Yeah. In fact, actually, I was just looking at the pictures on the wall, the Canadian-American Championship for Road America, and Bruce McLaren putting his name up on the top of the board there. A nice photograph of him back in the Can-Am days. And, of course, Road America very established with that championship over the years, given its geographical position here in North America.
Jim Booth joined us, I don't know if you remember this, a couple years ago in the Blue Marble Radical Cup at Road Atlanta.
Yes.
And Jim Booth, you see the McDonald's sign and the logo on the side, one of the most recognizable logos. He owns a few McDonald's franchises.
He's loving it.
Yeah. I'm loving it too. Now I'm going to have a Big Mac on my way home in honor of Jim Booth. I love
Is that what you tell
Mac.
yourself?
Oh, man, it's my favorite.
I might join you.
I love Big Macs.
Oh, dear. You know what? They've all put in their fastest laps on lap 4, so pretty impressive. Almost to a man. Lap 4 has been the optimal time where the car and the tyres and everything has come to its own. And they've all done their fastest laps, except for the leader, Palmer Miller, who did his on lap 3.
It's great to have Hankook, the tire manufacturer, join us with this. They get to do a lot of R&D. They make fantastic tires. We've seen them with us in FR, F4, and the support that they give to these drivers is second to none. And if you're wanting to come out and race with us, if you run in some of these other classes or the Radical Cup, feel free, come on out, have some fun with us. Man, I really expect this group to grow next year. 2 sprint races and an hour-long race on Sunday. This should be a lot of fun to battle out.
Yeah, and don't forget, like I said, a 16-race season around America at some of the most iconic circuits. $10,000, $10,000 for the winner, and a bunch of product as well. So, well worth being involved. As we go back to Mosley in the number 95. Zach Mosley in the Revolution A1 500 SC. They sound good too.
They do. They really sound great. But look at how planted he looks as he comes into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. Now let's see, where's he braking about the 200 mark and just kind of lets that momentum fly. So it's kind of that between the horsepower, because these things do have a lot of torque and horsepower, but also carrying that momentum through the turns. It looks like he's got this car pretty well dialed in.
It's so planted. The aero does a great job. Zach Mosley joined the PSSA field during the inaugural event at Road Atlanta in March. And then he made that trip across to the WeatherTech race circuit. He's 45 and never finished on the podium, currently second in the points at the moment.
Well, he spun right there at turn 6.
No!
Just off.
Commentator's blight.
Oh, no. See if he gets it fired up. He's right behind that tree.
Yep.
Car coming in, that's the LMP3 car. Coming around, I see them waving a local yellow. Back on is Mosley.
Oh, there he is, yep.
So he's back on. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. They're not bad in the kitty litter either.
Nope. Now, with Fletcher not here, Zach Mosley had a chance of catching up, but of course that's going to dent that hope, having had his spin. But he's back out on track, as you saw. Whether he's, I don't think he's going to maintain his 4th place, though. I think he's going to drop a few. We'll see where he comes back in and filters in. Although they have spread out. It's only a small field.
That's Paul LaHaye and that LMP3 car coming through Kettle Bottoms. I love the canopy there with the trees. I mean, Road America, it looks like if Walt Disney was going to do a scouting scene location for where to put a beautiful racetrack, this is where they would chosen. It's just such a pretty environment. Probably 30 to 40 different great vantage points for spectators to watch racing.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, it was Ron Fletcher who sort of dominated the West Coast sweep at the WeatherTech and at Sonoma. And came in here or held a 25-point lead coming in, but not here this weekend, which allowed the likes of Zach Mosley to sort of think, right, I've got a chance here. But Zach might have blown that one, but we'll find out. Given that Fletcher's not racing, though, any points will work. That's a good-looking car, too, the 86 of Paul LaHaye. That Leisure LMP3. Gruntier, lower sounding tune to it.
Yeah,
Can't beat a good LMP3 car.
If you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, is that the Nissan engine? Oh, somebody's off. Is that Mosley again?
Well, that's at turn 3.
Yeah, that's Mosley.
Mosley going off.
He must have gotten some dust on his tires that hadn't fully come off, or something happened there.
Yeah.
But
I also think when you've had a mistake or made a mistake, you're kind of rattled anyway, and
Yeah.
so you start, you can't get out of your head, and so you kind of start making stupid mistakes, which you wouldn't normally make. I'm not saying that was a stupid mistake. I don't drive these cars, but that is often the case.
Yeah, maybe you're trying to make up for that lost time.
And you're mad.
Pushing
You're
a little
mad
bit
as
hard.
hell.
Yeah.
The red mist. It is real.
So in that LMP3 car, we've got some experts on here, hopefully. Is that the Nissan engine, or is that the I think they had
the
350s
LMP3
in them. Yeah, it sounds like an American V8 in that LMP3, but I know that they come with maybe the new ones have the Nissans. I'm not quite sure, but I know that we have some experts joining us.
Well, the Millers still out front, but the gap between them 7.6 at the moment. So So far, Palmer Miller from the start has done a really good job in the 32 to lead this race.
So Donnie Leonard has joined us, and he's asking what manufacturer is the prototype. So they're different. There's the Revolutions, the Radicals, the Ligier out there, and there's a Sebaco.
Wolf. Yeah. Is there a Wolf? Yeah, we haven't seen too much of the Sebacos, but they are very neat-looking kind of mini LMP3, aren't they?
Oh, okay, so here we go. Donnie Leonard is saying it's a Nissan 5.6 liter in the LMP3. 5.6, that's a large Nissan engine.
Heck yeah. Well, I'm glad to say that the weather that was kind of beginning to gather has disappeared. And it's cloudy still and a bit overcast, but as you can see, the sunshine just gleaming through here. As we've got a few more laps left in the first of the feature races for the PSSA, the new member to the fraternity of Pirelli Holdings. And Zach Mosley, who's had a bit of a up and down day so far as he dives into one. He might be a little bit more wary coming into turn 3 where he went off on the last lap. But this time, no such problems.
I saw some gravel there.
Yeah, I did too.
Offline there at WeatherTech turn 3, but hopefully nobody goes offline or tries to make a pass, because that might be like trying to walk across ball bearings. Now, have you had, as they go under the Sargento Cheese Bridge, have you had any ice cream or cheese since you've been here?
On every day.
I do too.
Actually, no, I haven't had any ice cream. Is that a thing here in Wisconsin? I thought it was just cheese.
I have such an ice cream problem, and I don't drink or anything like that, but I do have a major problem with ice cream, and the ice cream here at the concession stands at Road America is unbelievable.
Nathan Duckles, I said he had the right racing name. There he is in the 65 in one of the black Revolutions.
You need to go to Gessert's, downtown Elkhart Lake.
Yep.
It's been there since like the 1930s. Some unbelievable ice cream.
Gessert's ice cream.
Gessert's, yeah, right in downtown. It's right on the old race course.
Fair enough, I'll check it out.
As they come around the carousel, you can see a lot of campers here this weekend. It's also a big go-kart championship happening. There's motorcycle riding lessons happening and an ATV tour.
So where did they do
And there's
the
the new
motorcycles
beach.
then?
They do the motorcycle right out our front door here in this parking lot.
Huh.
They did just add a new beach there, which is a really fun place to watch them going into the kink.
Yeah, that's fast through there too. That's exciting. And as you can see, going into the Bennett Bridge Hall Canada corner. I like this view from up above. It's a rare view because it's a hard place to cover Road America. As you can see from the topography of the place, it's hard to stick your camera through the woods and get much. So having to see it from above is actually a bit of a plus, I think, and the drone has given us that opportunity.
Now, a few of their races got cut short at Sonoma and Laguna Seca just due to track activity. And I'm feeling like some of these drivers are just waiting for that white flag to come out now. So it's like, careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Calzaretta coming through. Duckles in the 65. Calzaretta behind him. Here he is with the lights blazing.
There's my car, the Octopus.
I like it.
So anybody know why there's an octopus on his car? I believe it's an octopus. See the scales? And then when he turns, you'll see the tentacles right there.
Yeah.
That is cool.
That is Calzaretti. Mark Calzaretti. That is a beautiful paint scheme. And it does look a really impressive car, too. I really like it.
It sticks like tentacles. Now, I believe these cars, these Sebacos, were made for a prototype series run by the NASA racing organization. And I guess there's a bunch of them out there, so we welcome them to come and race with us as well.
Well, Alex Bakura is also running one as well. He's down 2 places behind this man here in the 17, Calzaretta. They are a neat little car, aren't they? Slightly sounding different tune engine-wise than that LMP3, which has got a much gruntier, heavier sound, given the bigger engine.
Yeah, so what Nissan would have a 5.6? I guess the Titan, the truck? Is that a truck engine?
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, Donnie. You got any more information on that for us?
Well, the gap between the Millers has gone all the way up to now 7.4 seconds. So Palmer Miller, who started in pole position, has just romped away Judd Miller just did his fastest lap on lap 9 at 2:08.7, which is interesting because he's getting closer now to Palmer Miller's fastest time at 2:07.5.
So Boy from New York is saying he doesn't need money in payment for all this information. He would like us to ship him some ice cream.
Okay.
So we might have to do that.
I think we should send him 2 tickets to the next SVRA. I think it's at Watkins Glen. He could come and join us.
Yes.
I think he could get him in the booth.
challenge.
The amount of information
yes.
we've had off the Boy from New York.
We need to do
I
that.
think a trip to Watkins Glen is in his future.
We can do that.
I'll just take the executive
Even though,
decision.
remember, he's from Canada.
Ah, good point. Well,
yeah,
what
but
the
he's
heck?
not too far from
He's
Watkins
not far
Glen.
from Watkins Glen.
But there is that tentacles of the octopus. I just really like when they have mascots on the cars. That's just cool. And it does kind of resemble an octopus.
Yeah. So we're getting down to the closing stages. The lights blazing on, and as you say, I think this is a long race for these guys. And of course, with the over 5 kilometer racetrack that is Road America, a real challenge as well.
That's Mark Russell in a Revolution 500.
Yeah, Mark Russell in 7th overall at the moment. No dramas for him so far.
Oh, the white flag is out, Jonathan.
Yep. So white flag waves then for the leaders as they come across the line again. One more lap to go then. Into 5. Easy to lose it under braking here. We saw a car in the previous race go off there and go forward. There is runoff there, so you can kind of eject from the race. But it's I've often seen so many cars go and lose their braking point there as we go back with the 86 of the LMP car and that low grunt of Paul LaHaye in the Ligier LMP3 on his final lap, currently in 4th.
So Donnie Leonard is telling us it's a production-based engine making 460 horsepower in that LMP3 car. Wow.
Yeah.
I love all the information we get from our comment section of YouTube. That's where the experts are, you know? We can't be an expert on every classic car.
Final lap then. And Palmer Miller has absolutely romped away. Over 7.5 seconds he leads as we look at the 4th place LaHaye in the 86.
Oh, one of our racers, Ben Myers, has joined us. He races with us in the S2000 class. So Ben, welcome. Feel free to give us your expertise.
Not racing this weekend.
No, we don't have any SVR8 classes here.
Right.
I'm sure he'll be here next weekend.
Yeah.
I think he considers this his home track.
Now, what's
that
that
there's
home
a little
track?
debris right there. Camera person is picking up.
Good work. Don't think it's affecting the racing. It could be just a bit of dirt. Look, you can see how tight it is there.
There's our leader. Coming home, Jonathan.
Coming home, bringing it home. Palmer Miller, he has romped away with this one. We've hardly seen him. And he's going to bring this Revolution up the hill for the final time. Palmer Miller then is going to win the feature race 1 of the PSSA Road America. Takes the checkered flag and wins by over 7.5 seconds over Judd Miller in the 500.
Did you hear how precise those shifts were?
Yeah, nice.
Unbelievable.
Great sounding car too, and in fact in the end he extended it to over 8.5 seconds in that number 32. Does sound beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So checkered flag waves, and we are done with our first PSSA Race 1 for our new championship of some of the most modern cars, race cars, state of the art. And I think this championship will grow from strength to strength. Still a small field yet, but we're just starting out with it. But we want to give it as much airtime and get people knowing more about them as much as we can. And as you can see, it's a slightly cloudy day, but the sun is trying to get through on what has been a beautiful weekend here in Wisconsin.
Oh, wait, before we go, I got clarification from somebody named Tyler. It's a squid on Calzaretta's car, not an octopus.
Me.
So I am so sorry. Got it. I got that call way wrong. So that was a squid.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with the squid either.
And does it drop ink on the track?
Good point. So we'll take a short break here from the Speed Tour here in Road America. My thanks to Ben Sissel. Hope you enjoyed our coverage of PSSA. We'll be back with more action. And coming up, we've got more international GTs. It's their second race of the weekend. Should be great fun. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. Welcome back to the Road America Speed Tour. The wind picking up here on those beautiful signs put together by my friend and his son sat next to me. So not an easy job. I saw you out there about, 8 o'clock last night at the hotel, putting some more up.
Yeah, making signs, putting up flags. But, it's like, to me, it's like set decorating. So, I kind of try to operate
Got to make it look good.
Look good for TV.
Talking of looking good, Stephen Hammond was awesome last time out this morning, wasn't he?
Yeah, unbelievable. And just one of those drivers really trying to hone in on his racecraft. He's in college still and trying to make it as a race car driver, and he and his dad race together. The mom is at every race with TLM. This is his toughest competitor, who's also the team owner who builds the cars. So they have a ton of fun together. We can see Jeff Luckritz there giving the 1 minute.
A lot of interest in that Farah racing series as well. Yeah, a lot of people asking about that. Obviously, Southern Florida, yeah?
Southern Florida. I think talking to Dave, they do Daytona and Homestead, but I think he's looking at maybe going back to Sebring, maybe Barber. So knowing Dave, who likes to bring the party, under his tutelage, I think it's going to just really expand. But I keep hearing, I've never been to an event, but I keep hearing they are so much fun to go to. There's Todd Sloan starting third. He had an off there in the first lap of last race, but then these qualifying order is based on fastest times.
Yeah, in the first race, yeah. So if you weren't with us this morning, this is International GT. We're delighted to have them as part of our Speed Tour. And this is great racing, just full stop. It's a Stuttgart Cup and a Maranello Cup, and obviously one stands for Porsche, the other stands for Ferrari. But we also have some exhibition BMWs, a couple of them out there this weekend. And some Cayennes, as well as your regular GT3 Cup cars. And some Cayman Club Sport cars. But it really is dominated by Porsche.
Man, poor George, our cameraman, every time Scott Blind's car comes by, he's got to, like, adjust the iris on his camera. That car just reflects light, like getting passed by the sun. Now, you can see this car back here with the yellow hood. Remember, we were seeing that is Mark Hupfer in that number 84.
Hupfer, yeah.
But we were seeing his, what you call bonnet, kind of shaking, like there's a little bit of a gap there on his air inlets. So the front of that yellow hood was flapping coming down turn 1. So we'll see if they fix that. The hood is closed and latched. The tech officials did assure us of that, but still some air is getting through there and making that flap.
Do you know the joy I get by being in the heart of American racing here at Road America and hearing a man from Tennessee say bonnet? it warms the cockles of my heart.
Yeah, see, but a British car fan, and I don't know what you call it on a Porsche because the hood.
Well, it's not really a hood, is it? Yeah, that's a good point.
So I don't know what they would call it.
Fair enough.
The front door latch, where you put your spare tire and your hatch. I don't know.
Well, now you think about it, bonnet sounds so stupid. It's a lady's hat, isn't it? A bonnet.
Yeah. The blue bonnet.
Yeah, well,
so if any Porsche fans are out there, what does Porsche, a mid or rear engine car, call the front hood? Is there a Porsche name for it? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That's the only place you can put the luggage.
Das Boot.
Das Boot. Anyway, we've got a full field here of IGT, and these guys are serious. Mostly clubman racing, sportsman racers, so what I would call semi-professional, because you cannot be an amateur and race one of these cars, frankly. It's not for the light-hearted at all. These are fast racing cars, and when you consider a 209.5 for the pole man, Stephen Hammond, in the last race, that's quick around an over 4-mile course. Very quick. And also, and we'll get Ken Fengler up here, who runs the series, but a lot of these guys have been in this championship for like 4 or 5 years.
You don't leave the International GT Championship because you come around.
You can check out any time
from
you want,
everywhere.
But you can
Yeah,
leave.
exactly. It's like Hotel California, but they have so much fun here. They always say, "Well, why would I go anywhere else?" Because that's what it is. It's really good, hard, competitive racing, but with friends and that like to have a good time.
Juan Gonzalez on board with him. We'll be seeing his pictures as well from the Mission Foods on board. And he's a good example, isn't he? He not only races the race, but he also puts his money where his mouth is, and it's brought to you by Mission Foods. So, yeah, he is one of those guys that really does. Like you say, you never see a smile off his face, do you?
And I skipped lunch today, which was a huge mistake because we had a McDonald's car in the last time. Now we've got Mission Foods. So tonight, I think my son and I are going to have to go get some Mexican and a Big Mac.
Whose idea, and it wasn't your mum's, to get this moped?
Oh, no, it was not my wife's idea by any means. But it's a big track, so we did find him a $500 1984 Honda Spree moped that he's tooling around in all weekend, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
You didn't see this, but I arrived at the hotel. You know, I'd had enough. I've been traveling all day, and he's like, come see. I was like, no, I'm checking in. He's like, no, you have to come and see my moped.
It's like a new toy on Christmas morning. So it looks like that Road America blue Corvette has its lights off. David Tuwati pulling up right next to Hammond. Look at this. They're already fighting.
Yeah, they are kind of, aren't they?
Yeah.
I love it. Go on, then. In you go. This is what I'm going to do to you on the first corner, mate.
Let's see what David Tuwati has. But look out. That shark right behind him, that number 42, a Tom Pank.
Yes.
And Todd Sloan are coming. Mark Matisse back there. So, Jonathan, take us away to this green.
Well, as you can see, they're coming out of 14 now and heading up the hill. This group, line astern, 2x2. The Corvette peels off, and now we're ready to see what Stephen Hammond and David Tuwati, friends perhaps off track, teammates on track. But here we go, because Tom Pank and Todd Sloan, what a bit of the action as they come towards the line. The green flag waves, and away we go for our IGT International GT Racing Race 2. As into the lead they go, and Tuwati's got it.
Yeah, look out for Tuwati. As look at this, 2x2 coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1 as Robert Wyson goes a little bit wide, so does Scott Blind.
Several cars going wide there. Fantastic onboards here as we turn in to the TLM car in Position 2, and now drama at 3 as everybody's bouncing around.
Mark
2 or
Matisse.
3 car. Mark Matisse is involved in the 77.
Reg Williams and Tom Payne get at it. Oh, no, that's unfortunate.
Now,
You
the
can
question
see
is,
steam
will they
coming
get him
out.
going again?
I don't know. That's a radiator there on Tom Pank's car that's pushing water to the back, so I'm not sure Tom Pank's going to be able to go. But here we go for this kind of mid-pack battle. Lucas Pank, Scott Blind. They got
Cars
it all
with damage
wrong.
as well. Still trying to circulate. So drama indeed as one goes off the runoff, but 2
Todd
cars
Sloan.
stuck in. And I think that's going to bring out the, well, it's a good advert for Sargento. They're getting a good look.
Todd Sloan had to come in. He did go off there. Todd Sloan, really good racer with us in International GT, just had bad luck. Here comes a replay.
Well, let's take another look. So coming into turn 3, here we go. The leaders come through. Now, this is where the action is. Look, oh, he'd already gone. Mark Matisse had already gone onto the inside.
No, that was Todd Sloan.
Oh, that was Todd Sloan.
Yeah,
Okay.
Todd Sloan and Mark Matisse, Tom Pank could only
I
go
got
where
you.
they thought they could go. So really, it looks like Todd Sloan got that a little bit wrong, and then just kind of everybody else had to basically adjust to what he was doing. But we've got a great comment here that I have to read from David Haynes, because we do want to say this. Amateur means dedicated enthusiast who does something or activity for the love of it and does not make a living or get paid to do something. It has nothing to do with their talent or ability.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
These amateur drivers you call would give some professionals a run for their money. So it has nothing to do, and Jonathan, I know you didn't mean it by anything like derogatory. That's just the term that we have.
No, and interestingly, on the webpage, Ken describes them as sportsman drivers. And I get what he means by that, in that, and that was the point I was trying to make, which is these cars are professional race cars.
We got to go back to this, though, because there's a pass at turn 1, and I just assumed we were full course yellow.
We're
so
not?
maybe they cleared at turn 3.
Wow, that's
But it looked
impressive.
like Stephen Hammond tried to make a pass on Tawadi, and I don't see any yellow flags out there, so we're racing full bore. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
oh, there it is.
there
we
it
go.
is, yeah.
Oh, it's just a white, local yellow with a white flag, meaning there's safety vehicles on course.
On course, okay. So they are still racing. Yeah, just to clarify that, these are professional race cars and some of the best race cars in the world in these GT3 cars. But you have to be more than just an amateur. You have to be as what I would call a semi-professional driver. You may not get paid. You may be an amateur for real in terms of how he's defined it exactly right, which is they're not getting paid. They do it for the love of it. But you have to know what you're doing to drive one of these cars.
Yeah. So thank you, Devin Haynes, for that. That was a great way to put it. I couldn't have put it better. So thank you for that.
Yeah, good stuff. So we are still racing. Yeah, we didn't have the full. I thought like you that we were going to get a full course yellow, but it's just a local. But it's Tuati, Hammond, and Hupfa leading the way in the top 3. Ballister in 4th position. Kalinskas. That's right?
Kalinskas, yeah, I think so. And he goes by Tony.
And then Craig Conway in 6th place, who had a good run. The other Pank, 7th at the moment, ahead of Blind in 8th. Pimentel in 9th and Fayan in 10th position. That's how he stands. Nathan Bird's back out there again.
Yeah.
Boy, does he have a busy day.
Yeah. Now, we've got a lot of fans of the number 11 battling it out in the Stuttgart Cup. I'm seeing a lot of Panamanian flags rooting for Maria Mejia. I don't speak Spanish, but I see a lot of Spanish comments here, so I know that she's got a lot of fans watching her, so
you spoke
welcome.
to her this morning. She sounded like she was full on.
Oh, she has the most fun of anybody here in the paddock. Great competitor. She was just barely runner-up last year in our Stuttgart Cup championship in the Caymans, and look for her to move up front. So a lot of fun to have Maria out here.
She's a white, black, and orange Cayman from 2020, so we'll keep a look out for her. But, yeah, great characters. We look at the 188 going through shot.
Wisconsin Dirt Karting is joining us, and we had some dirt racing here just a lap ago, Wisconsin Dirt Karting. So thanks for joining us. And it looks like they fixed the hood, the bonnet issue, the boot of that Porsche there of Hupford. So hopefully he's feeling a little bit more relaxed in there, as it looks like Tom Pank might be back out on track.
This is a good little battle here. 3:13. This is the battle, in fact, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. There's the on-track action, as if it were. That's why the caution is the yellow and white, as you rightly point out. That you have a caution, but the white flag tells you that there's basically a non-racing vehicle out on track doing its job.
And you can see the Road America staff. I can't say enough about them. Mike and his team do such a great job. They put their big car out in the way so that if something does happen, the car kind of shields the other driver out there, and they do hot pulls here, which saves us a ton of track time. And almost any other track in America, we'd be full course yellow, but they felt comfortable to go out there and retrieve that car under these conditions, and we applaud them for doing that. It's kind of heroic.
Yeah, and again, it goes to that amateur thing, which is these guys know what they're doing in a race car, know what the rules are, don't make any stupid decisions, and are well aware of the flags and the indications that they are getting. So that's how the race control can then work with those guys, because they know what they're doing, and able to do those hot pulls, as you call them. It's a good way of putting it.
And look at that, Lucas Pank now right behind Scott Blinn. Scott Blinn made that pass at turn 8. Now coming into the kink, that's Lucas Pank right behind Scott Blinn. Let's see what Scott can do to defend Lucas Pank, last year's champion, and keep him behind him as they come through Bridge Hall Bennett Canada Corner.
Sun shining here in Road America. This is our last coverage of the day. We've got a full day tomorrow as well for the Speed Tour here at Road America at Elkhart Lake. It's been a beautiful weekend. And more to come from the famous Road America as the leaders cross the line yet again. Tuati still leading. He's just on a fastest lap of 2:11.8. And that's just a little bit quicker than Stephen Hammond. 2:11.3 was his fastest lap set on that last lap. So they are literally line astern. 0.3 of a gap between them. Hupper quite some way off in third position, but recovering well. Kalinskas in fourth. Ballister in fifth, Conway sixth, Blind seventh, Pank in eighth, Lucas in eighth at the moment, Pimentel in ninth, and Fayan still in 10th position, and Nathan Bird just behind in 11th.
As they go under the Arians Bridge down into WeatherTech Turn 3, there's Juan Gonzalez on board with Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods through WeatherTech Turn 3, a very treacherous turn. You still see the local yellow there. You see the Road America car, but Tom Pank's car, we've got a rollback down there, but Tom looks like he was able to fire back up as they come under the Sargento Bridge, and the Mission Foods car is coming into Mission Foods Turn 5.
Heavy braking in this position. Really hard corner this because it's flat. It's not off camber, but it's very flat when you get to the apex, and so easy to go wide, very easy, and so he deals with that nicely. Lincoln's just come in. He knows we were talking about him as we go back on board with the number 81 of Juan Gonzalez.
Look at these two cars just in front of Juan Gonzalez there, battling it out side by side as they come into turn 8, Jonathan.
Yeah, this is great racing. Look at this. I say side by side, something had to give, and it did. Gonzalez with an opportunity under the Speedville Bridge now and into the carousel. Great pictures from Gonzalez.
Well, I have to give it up for Juan Gonzalez. He's kind of volunteered to be the camera car, and he said, I'm going to have some fun with these guys. And so he's kind of there like Steve McQueen back in Le Mans. You know, he's like, well, I'm going to follow the close battles, and it's exactly what he's doing. As we see the TLM guys kind of having a little bit of a fight here. We've got both of their cars up front.
They were fighting on track before the start of the race.
And now here we are, Stephen Hammond with and I can't tell who has the advantage right now. A little bit of an advantage, but Stephen Hammond getting in that draft as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. I don't know who's got it right now, Jonathan.
I mean, they're identical in terms of lap time pretty much. So 0.6, that gap staying the same between them. So it's a really good battle at the front between these two. And Tuati, Hammond and Hupfer. Hupfer with some work to do from third, but look how they come streaming through a massive field of over 30 cars, 33 in fact, in total. Mostly Porsches, but the odd BMW and the odd Ferrari thrown in there now and again.
But ladies and gentlemen, that 313 in fourth place, Tony Karlinskas, this is his first time in International GT, really showing some talent here.
I was going to say, I was going to ask you that because I hadn't recognized his name, but Tony, or Tadas, as is officially his name, in the GT3 Cup car. First time out, really impressive.
Looks like Juan Gonzalez coming into pit lane. We'll see what Leo has for him as Mark Matisse.
He's just wanted to give us some on board to the pit lane
Here
as well.
comes Leo walking over. Doesn't seem like he's in a big hurry. So
he's having a look at the front left. Maybe there's some bodywork just rubbing on that front left, and he's having a closer look. See how hot it is. It's still pretty warm out there, even though we've got some cloud cover. So there's something wrong with Gonzalez's car. And they're on a mission to find it, you could say.
Ooh, I like that. The dad jokes are coming out.
Oh, you know it.
And here comes Stephen Hammond now through Kettle Bottoms.
As we ham it up.
Coming up to the Bridge Hall Bennett Canada corner. Ken Fangler is going to join us here.
Oh, thank gosh.
With that stuff that happened early on in the race.
Some sensibility to it all.
I feel like Ken Fangler had some work to do over there
I
in
think he
race
did.
control.
He's got that look on his face that he's had to sort out some problems. But now he's smiling again.
One
Good
of
to
those
see you,
days,
Ken.
Ken.
Gonzalez out of the pits. That'll please Ken. But another car.
Going
oh,
into the
no.
paddock.
Well, we're going to get a good view of the garages now. We'll see the back of them. Don't hit that car.
Which car is that?
That's
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez
out.
Yeah, he's out. But he did a great camera car views for us of a great battle. But here's our leaders. David Tuwadi now got the jump coming into turn 1 over Hammond. And it's been quite an adventure since then.
It was quite an adventure in the first lap period.
Yes.
As far as what I saw.
So Todd Sloan involved, and unfortunately Tom Pank.
Yes, yeah. I have people now, so to deal with that. But
Good.
I have some things to do. But
look at that duct tape across the hood. We called that.
The 3 cars involved were Reg
Williams
and Tom Pank and Mark Matisse. 3 all front-running cars.
But we
all
think Todd Sloan kind of
from my view, and I'm not a race steward, but it looked like Todd Sloan got a little bit over aggressive, and those 3 cars you just mentioned had nowhere to go.
I see.
That's
Williams,
actually
Tom
what happened.
Pank,
Todd
and
Sloan
Mark
went on the
Matisse.
inside, hit the grass,
Yes.
and was therefore out of control, and the other 3 had nowhere to go.
Ah, I see.
And that's very unusual for Todd Sloan.
Yeah,
Really good driver.
Yeah, exactly. But and he should know he's in a very good car. And he's a good driver for the group. But you're not going to out-track an R car. That's not going to happen.
Ken, we were just talking. The man we're looking at, Tony Kalinskas. This is his first
First with International GT.
Wow. Yeah.
Yes. First with International
Running
GT.
Good for him.
Fourth.
Running 4th.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Good to see. Well, Lucas Pank is rolling away. He's in 8th at the moment. Marcel Fayan is up to 9th. Nathan Bird has dropped to 12th, so something went wrong with him a moment ago because he was in 9th a moment ago.
Cesar Cordova has joined us in the comment section. Welcome back, Cesar. And look at this, Scott Blend, followed by Lucas Pank. And I believe that might be Conway, or is that Ballister in front of him? As they come into the kink.
Yep.
That's Ballister and Scott Blend coming into the kink. I always get a little bit nervous as cars come in full bore into the kink. That's just a scary turn in motorsports.
Yeah, so Conway's lost a spot there from 6th, dropped down a bit. But the 3 of them still glued together as they go into Canada corner.
My son Lincoln, his favorite race group is International GT. Had so much fun with you guys at Mid-Ohio and talking to the drivers because you have such great, enthusiastic drivers. Like we're watching right here with Scott Blend, David Tuwadi, and he absolutely loves it. So he came up, joined us in the commentary booth to watch his now favorite group.
And evidently he's got a trade for you. He's got a beautiful moped that he's willing to trade for one of these Porsches.
Yeah, there we go. So
well, Ken does like his vintage motorcycles.
Well, there you go.
Oh, yeah, I saw that spree. I go, oh,
We
man,
like to put people together.
I got it wrong. I was saying this is Lucas Pank. That's Craig Conway.
That's
You're
Craig
right,
Conway.
Jonathan. Sorry about
Can
that.
you recognize the Scottish tartan?
Exactly.
Yes. Come on, my man. Conway in 8th at the moment, behind Lucas Pank. What was, I've forgotten whether I asked you this morning. Thomas Pank had to come all the way through, made it to the top 10. What was, we have got a caution. What was the problem with Tom? Did he have a problem in qualifying?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Lucas.
Yeah.
Lucas talking to Kurt.
Yeah.
And don't worry, Kurt's not yelling. That's just how he talks.
Yeah.
Very German. Oh, so we've got cars. This is going to be a while, Ken. I'm looking at the monitors. Eric, the track announcer, showing us the cars into the tire wall. And not sure where that is. Do you know where that is, Ken? Turn 6.
So we've had a problem when we're under caution here. We've had an incident at turn 6. That's why things have slowed down dramatically, as they should.
Is Tuwadi still up front?
As far as I can see, certainly until my timing, yeah.
We might have a different finisher here unless they can change that and get that repaired quickly.
No, we're on board.
Yeah, there he
we're
is.
on board with Steve Hammond.
And it looks like, reading the body language of Stephen Hammond, I think he knows what we just said.
So how many cars involved in that, Ken?
Look, just the one it looked like. Yeah,
Okay.
it looked like he went a single car, and it looks like he went in on his own. You know, my guess is a braking issue because it went in pretty hard. You know.
What is our starter trying to signal to the next corner worker there? I can't tell. But I don't know. Something's going on.
Well, the battle at the front has not changed. David Tuati leads the race. We're on board with Stephen Hammond. Mark Hupfer has dropped to 4th place, but that isn't the man who's gone into the barriers, I don't think.
I think it was. It looks like the car. And I'm not going to speculate too much.
No,
but I think
okay.
the other Hammond car.
I love International GT because it truly is international. As soon as International GT is up, we've got Spanish-speaking fans, a few languages I'm not familiar with. You've got the global audience out here. A lot of fans rooting for Maria Mejia. I hope I'm saying her name right.
Yeah, Mejia, yeah.
And Warner from Argentina, who I believe is racing with us in TA2. But I'm getting a lot of vamonos and vamos, and I'm going to have to work on my Spanish to be able to talk to our International GT fans. But I love having them here.
So the Corvette picks them up, though, as they dive into turn 1, under braking and under caution. David Tuati and Stephen Hammond. Well, Hammond's got a chance here, hasn't he? Because
got some time, and I'm looking at about 13 minutes exactly to go here, and so if they can get this cleaned up pretty quickly, we'll have a few laps
If
left.
any safety crew can work quickly, it is Road America. Probably the best at getting us back to green. Really appreciate all the hustle that Mike and his safety crew put into our events. We had a TA2 race here, Ken, a couple of years ago that at any other track would have been full course caution.
Yeah.
They went out there and made a pull, and it went green to green the whole race. It really made for a great race. So we really appreciate the hustle that all these safety crews put into making sure these drivers get as many laps as they can. This is a tough situation for my friend Ken Fangler to be in, because he's trying to be a commentator, but he also runs the series, and he's trying to see what's going on and who's doing what. But luckily you have some new staff up there in race control.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great to have Ron Zitza there, and I turn things over to him. But I still like the expectant mom. Still a bit. Like to see them run green to green as we have had. But things do happen on the racetrack, and of course, I've got MJ there and tech side of things, so I do have help. Julie Bentley's not with us, my faithful assistant, and really the one who runs things and picks up all the pieces. She's with her other IMSA team up in Canada, Mosport, this weekend.
That's right.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, I think at Mid-Ohio, she was there for one day and then had to go do her day job, right?
Similar to what happened here. Yes, exactly.
So I saw MJ was your trophy presenter this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Different hats. Was working on the grid,
So based on body language now, I think they think they're going back to green.
I would concur.
I'm going to listen in a little bit closer to race control here.
Through the carousel then, under caution, and this beautiful field of IGT. Over 30 cars involved in a big weekend of racing here at Road America.
Well, let's ask our fans. Great cars out here, some really bright liveries. Which car driver is your favorite in this class here with International GT?
There you go. I've got to fly the flag for Craig Conway and his Darton car.
Yeah.
79. He's in 7th at the moment. Marcel Fayen has moved up. He was 11th. He's now 8th. And David and Daniel Harrington are. Now, why do you... Oh, because that's for the endurance, isn't it? So
yes.
It'll be either David or Daniel Harrington.
Right.
Harrington, excuse me, in 9.
I've had some questions. When is the TA2 qualifying? That is after this, but we are not live streaming that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you can watch those results on Race Monitor?
Yeah. Should be interesting. Brent Cruz has been the fastest man of the weekend so far, but Thomas Merrill and Rafa Matos have been right there with him, so it should be a really good qualifying session, so stay tuned for that for sure. But we'll be bringing you all the live action tomorrow from TA2, and it's hotting up nicely. We've got the experience of Thomas Merrill and Rafa, and then we've got Zilic back in action and looking to make amends for silver hair, and Brent Cruz just rolls on, doesn't he?
So, Kalinskas, like you said, Jonathan, up to third.
Yeah.
And you see that the lights are still on that Road America Blue C8 Corvette.
And it's going to be checkered flag, unfortunately. We're going to finish under caution. The checkered flag is out, and so this race coming to an early end under caution, and that means that David Tuati wins the second IGT race of the weekend. Stephen Hammond will take second place, and Tony Kalinskas will take his first podium, and hugs all round for the DLM team. They're happy with that.
It's always a party in TLM.
Good to see the BMWs out there just passing our commentary position. She's going to hug the whole paddock, I think.
Now,
so well done.
Well, what is her name? Do you know?
Patricia.
Patricia. So
yeah,
a great thing.
Yeah.
So she bet somebody on her team that she'd make it in a photo in the SpeedTour Quarterly magazine.
Ah, that's not easy.
So,
did she make it?
She came up to me and she said, "Now you got to help us out with this bet." And so, we made that happen.
Did she make?
Oh, she made it. Yeah,
So
the next series, she was in a photo.
Oh, good.
On SpeedTour Quarterly. Because, it's all about winning competitions, no matter where you are.
Absolutely. We're a highly competitive bunch. Well, that's the view here at Road America. The clouds forming in the distance as coming up, more action from the Speed Tour. But let's confirm our IGT Feature Race 2, David Tuati, with the win over Stephen Hammond. Good rivalry between the two pairs. And Kalinskas taking third, his first podium in IGT. Hupfer in fourth. Ballister in fifth, and Blinn, Conway, Fian, David and Daniel Harrington. I'm not sure who was at the wheel at that time in ninth, but Nathan Bird rounding out the top 10. Further down, Blizzard, Mattis, Iringhausen, Willens, McGlynn in 15th, Hicks, Groombridge, Wizen, Iringhausen Jr. in 19th, and Albert Lukazic in 20th. So we'll let Ken off the leash and let him go and join his team and clear up the damage that may have been caused by some of the incidents we had. Sorry to finish under caution, guys, but that's the way it goes sometimes. And safety is the concern, and Road America know exactly what they're doing when it comes to that. But a beautiful view of the Road America circuit. My thanks to Ben Sissel and for Lincoln putting up all the signage. Well done, Lincoln Sissel. And we'll take a break and join us very soon because there's more Speed Tour coming up this weekend. We'll be back tomorrow with all the action from TA2 and obviously F16 Atlantics as well in action. But until then, from me, Jonathan Green, and everybody at Greenlight Television, thanks for tuning in. Join us tomorrow.
the win.